Um, Good morning, everyone. Can I start by welcoming everyone in the room and those online to the Society of Antiquaries. It's my great pleasure as president to introduce today's meeting. This is a little bit of a development from previous years. Over the last few years, we have done an autumn event particularly focused on young researchers, particularly PhD researchers and postdoctoral researchers, to introduce them to the Society, its wonderful collections, give a little bit of history about it, and to illustrate the type of research that we try to nurture here. Someone, I'm not quite sure who amongst our excellent staff team, pointed out that we were rather wasting this day by simply focusing on early career researchers, and that we should try and open it up. So it's a really great pleasure to see so many of you here today. Can I just take a quick show of hands? How many of you would identify as being early career researchers, PhDs, so forth? Great, that's about 10. How many of you are already affiliate members of the Society? Right, that's the majority here. I'm sure the rest of you who aren't affiliates or fellows will be inspired to join us after today's proceedings. What I wanted to do today was just to give you a little bit of background about the Society, starting out in a sense with what is an antiquary, and our Vice President Rowie Sweet, I'm sure, will return to this discussion at the end of this afternoon. For me, antiquarianism is about trying to look at the past through the materials, the objects that have been left behind. We're going to be having an introduction to a range of those objects and collections a little bit later. The idea of antiquarianism goes back to, I think, the Enlightenment, I'm getting a raised eyebrow there, 16th, 17th century interest in the past, in the Renaissance and beyond. This society itself was founded in 1707. You can see on our logo top there with the lamp that you'll see in the middle of the hall floor as well, being our symbol. We were founded in that period as a group of interested people from a variety of backgrounds who gathered regularly in coffee houses and then taverns in and around Fleet Street, the Strand. And they gathered to share ideas about the research, the things they were discovering, as the Western world itself was discovering about itself and its past. And we've evolved through a series of, I think, staggering stages to become what we are today, which is a large, what I would call multidisciplinary group of researchers. The idea of us being multidisciplinary, in a sense, takes us right back to the 18th century, because we gathered first as a society before disciplines like history, archaeology, whatever, actually emerged. So the bringing together of these people, particularly some of the great early scholars, was, in a sense, the prehistory of disciplinary structures as we see them today. And what we're trying to do is to bring people back together, instead of us each doing our specialisms, coming together to think about how you can understand our common past through materials, through thinking about them in different ways. The Society developed into a more formal organization through the 18th century, with its first permanent premises given to us by King George III in Somerset House in now the Strand. If you wander into the Courtauld Galleries, in Somerset House and look above the doors, you will see on one side the Royal Society, and on the other side the Society of Antiquaries. Those were our rooms, and we were active there alongside our sister society, a little older, the Royal Society, who are now, of course, based down in Carlton House Terrace. Bringing people together resulted in them bringing objects to look at. The objects were displayed, talked about, and our history involves the development of publication of those objects, both in our journal, Archaeologia, which was founded in the 18th century, and in a process of employing illustrators to make plates of the objects so that they could be printed and dispersed. So the origin of publication and illustration lies within that instance. And a number of the objects were progressively donated to the society. Quite a lot, I think, were probably left behind to be illustrated and never collected. So sort of formally, informally absorbed into the collections. And people who had dynamic interest in the past wanted to preserve. And this is in the period before we had national museums and galleries. So, for instance, the wonderful paintings that you see around this room, particularly the panel paintings, painting Queen Mary, were collected at a time when they were going out of fashion in the society of 18th and early 19th century. This particular collection, Tudor Portraits, is largely from Cambridge University librarian Thomas Kerridge, who wandered around East Anglia and acquired them from country houses. And then where do you give them when there are no museums and galleries? You give them to the society. So through the 18th, 19th century, we accumulated huge collections. Objects, as disciplinary structures emerged, the society diverged into different areas, but it largely remained focused on the material past. Through the earlier 20th century, as archaeology emerged as a distinct discipline, the society had a very strong role in promoting research in archaeology in the UK in particular. The great archaeologists of the early part of the 20th century largely worked through the Society of Antiquaries and its research committee. So major excavations at places like St Albans, Maiden Castle, so forth, were the product of the questioning mind of those archaeologists gathering in this building in the 1920s, 30s and 40s. As disciplines have become more specialized in the latter part of the 20th century, 21st century, the society has gone through a series of changes. Most recently, we have looked towards being concerned more with promoting and nurturing research and its communication to a wider public rather than simply narrow inward-looking research. And today's proceedings are, in a sense, part of that. What we want to do is to introduce you to our very wonderful collections, not only paintings, museum objects, and so forth, but one of the best libraries for the study of the past anywhere in Europe. We want to encourage people to think about the potential of that material, both the objects, collections, and the library, for doing their own research. And what we really want to see is people coming to us and saying, I've got a burning wish to do this. Can I use your collections in part of my research? That's what we're aiming to do today. So what I hope our team will do is to first, this morning, show you something of the richness, the splendor of the material that is available to anyone who approaches us with a formal proposal for research. This afternoon, we're going to look at 3 examples of how things to do with our collections and our areas of research have been promoted and developed as projects over the last few years. I hope we can keep this as a very informal day. Those of you who are online are sort of excluded to some extent from the informal discussions, but our library and collections team are here. I'm here, Rowie Sweet, standing over by the door, is here. We'd be delighted to engage you in conversation with things that you're interested in and to try and help you to benefit from what we think is a real gem of European culture here, a collection, a library and so forth that is crying out for researchers to do more on it. So without taking more of your time, I'm going to hand you over to Dunia from the Library and Collections team to start the substance of today. Dunia.
Right, over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to give you a very broad overview of the 3 wonderful collections we have, namely the library, the archives, and the museum objects. And then my colleagues, our librarian, our archivist, and our museum collections manager will tell you about their respective areas in more detail. Now, before we begin, just wanted to say a little bit about the first slide here and the image I chose. I'm sure everyone can recognize this amazing object, the Rosetta Stone. And I'm sure you all know that the Rosetta Stone now famously lives at the British Museum and apparently is the most visited object in the entire museum. What you probably don't know is that when it first arrived in the UK in 1802, it actually came to the Society of Antiquaries first. And the reason for that was that the Society of Antiquaries fellows had the skills, the scholarship to kickstart the process of deciphering the inscriptions. So when it arrived here, the Society undertook to make plaster casts of the stone, and it also made really accurate engravings of the 3 different portions of text. And not only did it do those plaster casts and engravings, but crucially, it disseminated them. It sent copies to universities, not only in the United Kingdom and Ireland, but also to organizations on the continent. So I chose it because it's a beautiful example of the key role the Society has played from very early on in its history and continues to play today in aiding research, in sharing knowledge. And it also goes to show how scholarship transcends politics, because the Society even sent copies of the engravings to France. So, you know, there was friendly competition, but there was more collaboration. Now, Martin has already given an excellent sort of a summary of the Society's history and its role. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but just to recap, as Martin said, the Society was founded over 300 years ago. So that's more than 300 years of collecting, of building a library, an archive, and a museum collection. Martin has also mentioned that we were originally moving around from tavern to tavern, and then were given apartments in Somerset House. In 1874, we were actually given apartments here in New Burlington House. So next year will be 150 years since we moved into our current premises. Today, we have over 3,000 elected fellows, and these are people who have achieved distinction in their very, broad fields. So again, Martin has mentioned that antiquarianism is a very broad church. So our fellows represent that. And amongst our fellows, we have archaeologists, we have historians, sociologists, anthropologists, museum professionals, all kinds of heritage professionals. So it's a very, very broad set of skills that our fellows bring to the society. We are completely self-funded. We're a registered charity, so we don't receive any money at all from government. In fact, we pay for the privilege of occupying this building. Most of our income comes from our fellows and our affiliates' subscription fees, but we also have our own capital investments. But we are not a wealthy society by any means. We do, however, have a number of legacies left to us, and we use those to award grants. So every year we give away up to £250,000 to a very broad range of research topics, and also, research projects, and also conservation. So the William and Jane Morris Conservation Fund is actually designed to help with conservation projects, not only in churches, but in all places of worship. Publications. Again, Martin has mentioned Archaeologia, so very early on in our history, publication as a means of research dissemination was something central to the Society's mission and continues to be the case today. So today we have relaunched Archaeologia, we still publish the Antiquaries Journal, and we also publish a number of monographs. Policy. The Society also uses the great expertise of its fellows to help shape policy related to the management of our cultural heritage. And of course, events. We organize lots of events, this being a perfect example of what we do. We have weekly lectures for most of the year. We also have conferences, symposia, book launches, you name it, we host it, we organize it. And not just our own events, but we actually provide venue hire as well. There are anything between 50 and 60 smaller organizations, smaller societies that don't have their own home, their own premises. So they use us as their home, and they come back to us year after year to have their annual general meetings here and to have their own conferences here. So we're part of a much broader network than is at first obvious. And of course, in this building, we house our wonderful library, archive, and museum, which is what we're going to be talking about for most of the morning. So starting with the library, and this is an image of our library. It's a slightly old image now because I realize that there's a wonderful new artwork on the far wall, which is not in this image, but you will see it later when we go up to the library. Again, as Martin has mentioned, this is probably the largest antiquarian library in Europe. So it's an extremely impressive collection as well as being a beautiful space. So when we talk about the library, what do we mean exactly? We mean essentially printed material, and there's a range of printed material that we hold. Sorry, excuse me. So of course we have printed books, and we estimate we have about 130,000 volumes. And I say estimate because we're still in the process of barcoding, certainly the modern volumes, and until we complete that, we won't know for sure. But we do know that we have over 100,000 titles. And of course, the difference in the figures between titles and volumes is down to the fact that we have lots of multi-volume works, including serials, which can have hundreds of volumes. The subject coverage is very broad, reflecting, the breadth of disciplines that the Society encompasses. Things like British and European archaeology, of course, architectural history, art history, the decorative arts, especially from the medieval period, the historic environment, and British local history. But we also have collections on other subjects such as numismatics, genealogy, heraldry. The dates that you can find in our collections are dates represented from the 15th century to the present day. So we are still actively acquiring lots of books. We buy titles, often suggested to us by our fellows, but we also accept donations. However, we are running out of space, so we have to be extremely selective about which donations we accept. We estimate about 8,000 books printed before 1800, so 8,000 rare books. And of course, the rarest of the rare, the books printed before 1501 are our incunables, and we have about 50 of those. And this is a beautiful example of an incunable. This is Dante's Divine Comedy, which was printed in Venice in 1491. We have a huge collection of serials. We have about 400 active subscriptions, I believe, Becky, is the current number. But of course, we have back runs of many, many more titles which are no longer being published. So altogether, you can find about 3,000 serial titles in our collection, particularly strong in county historical and archaeological journals, but also, surprisingly, possibly European journals. Historically, we've had exchange arrangements with many organizations overseas. We still have about 250 of those exchange arrangements. So what that means is we send them a copy of the Antiquaries Journal for free, and they send us a copy of their publication in exchange. And what that means is that we have titles here which you won't even find at the British Library. So if you're interested, particularly in European archaeology and history, the Society of Antiquaries really has no rival. What else do we have? We have about 2,000 royal proclamations, and they date from the mid-15th century to the mid-19th century. There are many unique items in there, including this example, which is a proclamation printed on the 10th of July, 1553, announcing the 15-year-old Lady Jane Grey as the new Queen of England. Of course, we all know how that ended. Broadsides, or historic posters is how I like to think of them. We have around 1,000 of those. And again, the date range is fairly broad. I believe we have them from the 16th century all the way to the 19th century. And they are wonderful sort of windows into social history, a particular moment in social history. And they include a broad range of subjects from ballads to sort of political propaganda. And this one in particular is a very interesting example, and it shows Londoners trying to leave London because of the plague. It's from the 17th century, and of course these are the wealthier Londoners, the ones who could afford to get in their carriages and run away. And the plague there is represented by those skeletons brandishing spears. So it has a beautiful illustration, and many of the broadsides have got these wonderful illustrations. We also have thousands of tracts or pamphlets, if you want to call them that. We have about 18,000 modern tracts, but we also have about 1,400 historic ones, particularly from the period of the Civil War. But some of them are even earlier. This example is from 1627, and it warns of the dangers of an attempt by the Pope in Rome to seduce the subjects of King Charles I. So there is King Charles brandishing his sword at the Pope and standing protectively over his subjects. So again, wonderful examples of propaganda. Okay, so that's the library, a very rich source of research there for anyone. But of course, we also have our archives. And what we mean by archives is more than just what you would traditionally consider to be archives. There are many categories within that. But before we go into them, I just wanted to point out that amongst the archives, we've got about 600 manuscripts. And this is one example. The image here is one of our 3 Magna Cartas. So we have 3 copies of the Magna Carta, all of them from 1225. But this is the only one in roll form. So within the archives, we've got several categories of material, beginning with the institutional archive proper. So this is the collection of papers generated by the society. It measures about 120 linear meters, and it doesn't go all the way right back to the beginning of the society's history, 1707, because the first 10 years were still fairly informal. But it does date from 1718 onwards, and 1718 is a very important date for the society. That's when everything became a lot more sort of formalized. The institutional archive contains a wealth of material about not only the society's own history, but also about the sort of changing world of history and archaeology around the society. It has accounts of specific activities related to the society's purpose, its administrative records, information about past fellows, activities the society sponsored, such as congresses and excavations. So lots and lots of information, but the most important category, perhaps, of material within the institutional archive are the minutes of ordinary meetings. So from the beginning of the society's history, ordinary meetings of fellows were held weekly, and minutes were recorded and still are. Now, the earlier minutes, of course, are handwritten, and the earliest of the early meetings, minutes, were also illustrated. So often there would be either sketches or drawings of objects that were being discussed at the meetings, or there could be sketches of places described at the meetings as well. And this is a beautiful example of that. So as well as having our own institutional archive, we also house the archives of other organizations. So we've got corporate archives of organizations such as the British Archaeological Association or the Congress of Archaeological Societies, the Royal Archaeological Institution. But we also have a few personal archives, usually of past fellows. And the glamorous, beautiful lady in this photo is Beatrice Dicardi. She was a British archaeologist specializing in the study of the Persian Gulf and the Baluchistan region of Pakistan. And not only was she a fellow of the society, but she was also president of the British Foundation for the Study of Arabia and was secretary of the Council for British Archaeology. And she did amazing work here at the society, helping to catalogue the museum collections. Now, Beatrice Dicardi, incidentally, also left a legacy to the society. So one of our grant funds is the Dicardi Fund, which is dedicated to aiding and promoting research in the areas of the world that she worked in. So manuscripts, they're another category within the archives. As I mentioned before, the Magna Carta. And I also mentioned we have around 600 in total. We used to have more. It's not that we've got rid of them, but our very diligent archivist realized that not all of them, not everything that we used to call a manuscript was a manuscript. So quite a few of these have been reclassified and are now actually archival collections. So we have about 600 real manuscripts. Some are in codex or book form, some are rolls, and the date ranges from about the 10th to the 17th century. This illustration here is from our Lindsay Psalter, which is a beautiful book of Psalms that belonged to Robert de Lindsay, the Benedictine abbot of Peterborough from 1214 to 1222. Book plates, not something you would necessarily associate with an archive, but we have, again, a fantastic collection of book plates. These are actually 4 collections. So these were collected by 4 individuals and brought together and deposited at the society. Altogether, they total about 45,000 examples, and they're mostly armorial. And I just chose this one because I couldn't resist Sir Francis Carruthers Gould riding on the caped black cat and brandishing what looks like a lance, but when you look more closely, you see that it's actually a pen. We also have photographs. thousands and thousands. We don't know exactly how many because sadly we haven't been able to catalog them yet, and there is no list for them. So this is something else that our archivist is in the process of doing. Some of them were published by the Society, but many were not. Some were commissioned by the Society, but many were donated. And in many cases, because there is no information attached to these photographs, we don't even know what they are of. So part of the work of cataloging and digitizing them will involve identifying them too. But I'll leave our archivist to say more about that. And of course, we have lantern slides as well as photographic prints. We also have lots of glass slides. Many of these have been used in publications too. Many, I imagine, would have been used to illustrate lectures at ordinary meetings. Luckily, we do know a little bit more about these. We estimate there are about 20,000 of them, and we do have a card index for them. Okay, so that's the library and the archives. That's a lot, but we still have our museum collections. And this is an image from one of the display cases up in the museum room. Now, the museum room, you might imagine that it's a space that is open to visitors, but sadly it isn't, because the Society never actually set out to create a museum in the way that we would understand it today, as in a collection that is open to the public. It really kind of grew more by accident. As Martin said, some objects were given to us, some were probably just left behind. So there was never a sort of clear vision as to how to grow this collection. It just sort of happened. And there was never an idea of sharing it with the public. Originally, this collection really was a research collection just for the fellows of the Society. Of course, nowadays we think of it very, very differently. And one of our aspirations is to have public galleries where we can share our collections much more widely. So as you would imagine, because this collection grew organically, it is a very eclectic mix of items that really reflect the evolving interests of our fellows over our very long history. There are categories of material, though, and the first category, you won't be surprised to learn, is archaeological artifacts. So we have things, items, objects that are prehistoric and Romano-British, and those include stone, flint, and metal tools and weapons like this hand axe found in Suffolk, which we believe was made around 400,000 BC. There's also a collection of Bronze Age swords, daggers, axes, and spearheads from around the Thames. And we've got Egyptian amulets, beads, figurines, scarabs, and other pieces of jewelry, as well as Roman and Etruscan tools and weapons, mosaic tiles, stone tablets, coins, ornaments, and potteries. And finally, Anglo-Saxon burial urns with grave goods and Viking jewelry. So very, very eclectic mix. The historical artifacts include metalwork items, ceramic and glassware, sculptures, architectural decoration, not a huge number of textiles, but there are a few, and religious artifacts, such as this wonderful relic casket. This is the Beckett casket made in Limoges. And it's one of the items that is on long-term loan to the British Museum. So if you want to see it, unfortunately, you can't see it here, but you can see it at the British Museum. And of course, we have a collection of clocks as well. Not a huge collection, but a very significant one. And these you can see dotted around the building for the most part, including above the door over there, which needs winding, I think. Seals, we have about 10,000 examples of seals, and they include seal impressions, so the actual bit of wax or other material that you make an impression into. We've got casts taken of original seal impressions. We've got matrices, so the objects, rings, or whatever that you use to make those impressions. And we also, within the collection of seals, we've got some medals. Most of these are English and most of them are royal, but we also have lots of liturgical seals. ecclesiastical seals. Brass rubbings, once upon a time, not so much these days, but once upon a time, this was a very sort of popular interest and pastime for many people to travel around the country and beyond, armed with charcoal and tissue paper, and take rubbings of every monument, every inscription they came across. And thus, you know, building a huge corpus of brass rubbings. And we've got one of the biggest collections in the country. We have over 13,000 examples. They're not only of brass, but also of stone incised slabs, mostly British, but there are some continental examples as well. And there are even palimpsest brasses. So when a brass plaque is recycled and it has an inscription on the back, an old inscription on the back, as well as the new one on the front, we've got rubbings of those too. Prints and drawings. They're another bit of an unknown because we don't know exactly how many we have. We estimate it could be 20,000, could be 25,000, could even be as many as 30,000. And again, the reason we don't know is because we haven't yet been able to catalogue and digitize them all. We do have a card index, which you will see upstairs in the library, but that doesn't give us a definitive number. They are an amazing untapped resource. So they're one of the collections that we want to prioritize for cataloging and digitization soon, if fundraising efforts bear fruit. They're mostly topographical, and they are, again, drawings of antiquities. So whether they're portable antiquities objects or sites, monuments, buildings, ruins, but they are a fantastic resource. And as Martin said, the Society employed artists from, again, very early on in its history. So many of these were commissioned by the Society, but also some were donated. Printing blocks. This is almost a new addition to the collection, not in the sense that we've recently acquired it. We had it for a long time. In fact, we created it, but we only discovered it quite recently. During the pandemic, checking through drawers on a quiet day when there weren't many people in the library or in the building, we discovered a number of drawers, and inside them, there were lots and lots of printing blocks. In fact, we estimate we have about 3,000 of these. Delving a little bit deeper into them, we discovered that they were made by the Society and used for Society publications, mainly in the 18th and 19th century. And what is rare about them is that they have survived at all, because we're told that usually printing blocks were burnt after use. In fact, the Illustrated London News, who produced hundreds of thousands of blocks, only kept about a few hundred of those. So for us, this is fantastic. We are in the process of cataloguing and digitizing these, thanks to some very generous donations from fellows and non-fellows alike. And we are in the process of cataloging and digitizing. We're in the process of learning more about them too. But after we've completed cataloging and digitizing, we expect to have another project that does more research into them. But they are brilliant images. And this one in particular, I think, is called Pinch Gut. So it's this mythical creature. It's a very sexist drawing, I have to warn you. It's a mythical creature that feeds on virtuous women only. And it is so scrawny and emaciated because there aren't enough virtuous women for it to feed on. And finally, the paintings. Again, Martin has mentioned these, not a vast collection, just around 80 paintings, but an incredibly significant collection again. The strongest element of the collection, I suppose, are the Tudor panel portraits, but we do have also lots of religious paintings and landscapes, mostly British, but there are some European examples too. And this one in particular, you can see the original right there above the fireplace, is of course Mary Tudor. This was painted by the Flemish artist Hans Ewerth in 1554. And she recently traveled to America. So one of the things that I'm sure our museum collections manager will say more about is that because we don't have public galleries, The way we get around that and try and get our collections out into the world and get them seen by as many people as possible is by lending them to other organizations when they have their exhibitions. So Mary went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York from September last year to January this year. And next year in January, we're lending that print over there in the corner to the Mercers, and we've got 2 representatives of the Mercers here today. So perfect example. Okay, so that's everything we have at Burlington House. It's not a huge building, but it's bursting at the seams with riches. But just a quick word about our other site, Kelmscott Manor. Kelmscott Manor was the summer house of William Morris. Unlike Burlington House, which does not belong to us and we pay rent on, Kelmscott Manor does belong to the Society. It was left to Oxford University, but it's now come into the possession of the Society. I'll say a little bit more about how that happened, but essentially William Morris lived there in the summer during his lifetime, and he shared the building with Rossetti, and his wife Jane lived there at the time as well. When William Morris died, his wife Jane actually bought the house because William was only leasing it. And when she died, she left it to her daughter, May Morris. When May Morris died, which I believe was in 1938, but don't quote me on that, as I say, she left it to Oxford University, but one of the provisos in her will was that they had to open it to the public and they had to keep it as the family had it. Oxford University did that for a while, but eventually felt they couldn't do it any longer. So in 1962, as I say, it came into the possession of the Society because we were a residuary legatee in the will. Now, the building is absolutely stunning, as you can see in this photograph, and it's not just the manor itself, but there are a few other buildings as well in beautiful grounds. The collection there is tiny compared to the collection here, only about 600 objects. And these are objects mainly either made or collected by the Morris family, but there are also items there that relate to the pre-Morris occupancy. There is a tiny archive, but again, very significant, containing papers that belong to the family. So legal documents, letters, postcards, some charming photographs, and diaries, of course, especially May Morris's diaries. She traveled around Britain and she traveled to Iceland, and she kept travel diaries, which she illustrated with these beautiful sketches. These are actually travel diaries from her travels around Iceland, and we are hoping to publish an edition of these diaries in the not too distant future. There is also a very small collection of books, just around 1,000, and we think of these more as museum objects rather than library books, because what's significant about them is their provenance. So again, these were either bought by William Morris or they were printed by him at the Kelmscott Press. And this beautiful book here is the Kelmscott Chaucer, which is illustrated by Edward Burne-Jones. And finally, the objects at the manor. So again, as you would imagine, there is an eclectic mix. There are paintings, there's furniture, furniture used by the family, in some cases made by the family, textiles, of course, as you would expect, ceramics, woodwork, drawings, design, metalwork. In terms of the paintings, again, the jewel in the crown is this one here, the blue silk dress, the portrait of Jane Morris by Rossetti. Now, there are various places where you can find more information about our collections, and one of them is Collections Highlights. If you go to our website and you see the options near the top, there is an option, Library and Collections, and if you scroll down, you can see that there is Collection Highlights there. So this is just a few of the treasures in the collections that we've picked and we've provided more information on. But of course, we also have a library catalogue and we have Collections Online, a platform where you can search across all our collections. So if you want to access those, again, in this drop-down menu, just click on Search the Collections. Now, sadly, we have not yet catalogued or digitized all of our collections. That's very much work in progress. But we, I mean, when it comes to the library, virtually everything is catalogued. The archives and the museums still working on it, but there is already a wealth of information there that you can access. And access is the key word. So who can use these wonderful collections? Of course, our fellows, and of course, our affiliate members as well, and SCONAL users too. So if you're either a research student or a member of staff at a participating SCONAL university, then you can go to your home library to join the scheme, and you can use our library as if you were a member of staff here. But also external researchers. So you don't necessarily need to be affiliated with the society or be a SCONAL user if you want to access something that you cannot find anywhere else. So, for example, a rare book or a manuscript that you wouldn't be able to find anywhere else. If you want to use our collections, if they're library collections, then please email library@sal.org.uk and let us know when you would like to come in and what you would like to see. And please give us at least 1 working day's notice so that we can make sure that we have the item or items ready for you. Equally, if you want to look at anything in the archives collection, please email archives@sal.org.uk. Anything in the museum collections, museum@sal.org.uk. So very simple. And this is just an image of a fellow of the society being formally admitted, which is just charming. Thank you very much for your patience. I'll leave you with an image from, our beautiful Bronze Age shield found in Beath in Scotland. And I think that's enough from me. I will now hand over to Becky Lockett, our librarian, who will tell you more about the library collections.
Great. Oh, thanks very much, Junior. So my name is Becky Lockhead, and I'm the librarian here. And I'm primarily responsible for looking after our wonderful printed collection. And that does include the cataloguing of books and journals, and that's both modern and much older material. Obviously, kind of modern cataloguing is what I kind of do day to day, but when time allows, I'm very keen to try and recatalogue a lot of our early material. Because although it is searchable on the online catalogue, like most libraries, we have huge problems with legacy data. If you've used the British Library, I'm sure you're very aware that if you get a title and a date, you're doing pretty well. But you know what people are interested in really is provenance and interesting copy-specific information. So I'm very keen to try and really bring this to the fore and make those collections kind of more well-known and discoverable. So there's some lovely pictures of the library, and those of you who want to come up later for the tour will get to have a look. And of course, affiliate members get walk-in access to the library. We have lots of lovely 18th century books on the shelves, these wonderful antiquarian volumes, some really interesting material kind of on open access. And members are able to borrow books, of course, as well as fellows. I'm afraid nothing that old. we don't loan those lovely kind of 18th century volumes. But of course, researchers and visitors are very welcome to consult them. So as Junior mentioned, we have over 130,000 items, and I can definitively say that we have 100,000 titles in the collection, because I catalogued the 100,000 titles only a couple of months ago, which is a very exciting milestone, I feel, in the Society's history. And I'm very proud to have actually been the 100,000th book cataloguer. And we have our collections of journals, historic journals. So you'll find the current editions by and large up in the library. And then you'll see down in the basement, we have kind of your classic sort of rolling racking where we have the previous issues. So that's some of our foreign language material. And we also have a very wide county history for England collection of both monograph series and serials. And just also to mention that I also look after the provision of online resources. So visitors and affiliate members can get on-site access to our electronic databases, subscription databases, and this does include things like JSTOR, too fast. Things like JSTOR, Grove Art Online, the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, Who's Who, Country Life, and lots of subject-specific archaeology and history journals. So you can come into the library and you'll be able to access those. And we've also now got an agreement with Ancestry UK, so you can get on-site access to Ancestry through the library. So we've got plenty of online databases for biographical research, which is really good if you're researching, say, into past fellows or any kind of historical figures connected to the collection. So those are kind of additional resources as well as the physical ones that I also manage. And in terms of, obviously, they are searchable in our own online catalogue. But if you're familiar with what used to be called COPAC, it's now been renamed. It's called JISC Library Hub. I really recommend using this as a research resource because essentially it's a consortium catalogue and it searches across university libraries and specialist institutions across the UK. So essentially you can see who has a copy of a specific edition of a book, which is really, really useful. So you'll be able to use that to see if we have a copy, but obviously if we don't, then you'll be able to see other copy holders. So Library Hub is a really fantastic resource for research for kind of printed items. So the printed collection, as Dunia said, was basically built up from pretty much the very, very earliest days of the society. So when we were founded during the 18th century, we didn't have a permanent headquarters, as you've already heard. We essentially just met in the pub, fair enough. But even from those really, really early days, the society was really, really kind of concerned with already kind of buying books for the use of its members. And the first book that was purchased was John Strype's 1720 edition of a 16th century work, The Survey of the Cities of London and Westminster by John Stowe. And we still have that first set of books in the library. And essentially it was a kind of pre-order. And the society pre-ordered a copy, so it got one as soon as it was published. So we have those books that have been with us right back from the beginning, which is great. And the Society's director instructed, you can read about it in the minutes, he instructed the Society essentially to buy a special box to put in the books, some kind of book chest, we assume, which unfortunately I don't think we have the chest anymore, which is a bit of a shame. But that's how they were carting around this chest of books, and that was their kind of miniature portable library collection that was kind of moving around somebody's house and the pub, basically. So over the centuries, obviously, as the society expanded and its fellows expanded, the collection kind of grew and grew and grew. And we moved into a coffee shop where we kind of acquired more books, and fellows started leaving donations to the library as well. And lots of bequests came to us from fellows as well. So we have ended up with quite an interesting array of early printed material because as you've heard, fellows had lots of interests before kind of disciplines were sort of formalized. And often a lot of them were what we probably call Renaissance men. So they were interested in all kinds of things. So we've got some examples here of some of our earlier printed books. So we've got books on witchcraft, medical history, geometry, the natural world, astrology, astronomy, navigation and travel. This one here with the volcano, this is William Hamilton's account of the volcanoes on the two Sicilies, and it's got these absolutely beautiful hand-coloured plates, which is wonderful. Very, very nice presentation copy presented by William Hamilton to the Society as well. So it came directly from him. And just a few other examples here. We've got something on kind of celestial motions, lots of travel, travels around the Middle East and Persia and Asia, lots of kind of, 17th century exploration guides. And then we've got a collection of maps and atlases. So this is a really nice one here. This is Christopher Saxton's printed atlas from 1580, which was one of the first kind of accurate maps of English counties, essentially. So it's full of different English counties. It's a really fantastic book to have a look through. So going back to our early days, so as Dunia mentioned, we have a particularly important collection of printed broadsides and proclamations, and many of those came to us by the philosopher Thomas Hollis in 1756. And they were catalogued and organised and collated with other broadsides and proclamations by the Society's treasurer, Robert Lemon, in the 1860s, who was very kind of, so if you see the Lemon collection and you kind of wonder why is that called the Lemon collection, it gets its namesake from Treasurer Robert Lemon, so otherwise it seems somewhat random. He had them bound and organised chronologically. So that's the format that the vast majority take. They are bound into volumes. And we've got a couple of examples here. You've already seen the fantastic proclamation of Lady Jane Grey, obviously extremely rare because she was only queen for 9 days. But it seems very fitting since Mary is glowering at us from her pride of place in the meeting room. And the other one here on the right-hand side is actually believed to be the oldest proclamation in England, which was in English, which was issued on the marriage of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. It was found in the flyleaf of a book in the 19th century. And at the time, it was believed to have been printed in a type of Caxton, although there is some kind of debate as to who actually did the printing, because of course it's not signed. There's no printer's colophon, so that date it's not very common to necessarily know which workshop it came out of. But what's also interesting, I think, particularly about this proclamation, is you might be able to see what looks like some kind of ink smudges. And that's where the word Pope has been crossed out. So we've got some extra provenance there, because this implies it was a victim of during the Reformation, when all references to the Pope were required to be struck out. So somebody was obviously very concerned that they might fall foul of it still being in this proclamation. And we do have some other early printed books where if you look at the printed calendar at the beginning of the saints' feast days, you will see that every single reference to Thomas Becket and every mention of the Pope is struck out. So it's really nice that we also have this kind of extra layer of provenance to kind of tell us about how people interacted with these kind of printed items. And that's what I find really interesting. And also that's exactly the kind of information that I want to be adding to catalogue records, because somebody interested in Reformation censorship, might want to do extra research on some of these titles. So moving on to some of our broadsides, and you just actually seen the wood block of Pinchgut and Full Belly. So this is the full broadside from our collection. It's about 1620, and you'll see there's actually two monsters. And we have the scrawny one, which only feeds on good women. But then conversely, we have the ginormous kind of fat sort of panther cow-like one. And of course, this one feeds on good men. There's just so many good men in Jacobean England that it's just completely overstuffed. And it's just a fantastic kind of, it's a satire, an allegory of marriage, but it's a really fantastic kind of unique broadside in the collection. And if any of you came to our public Halloween event, you'll have seen this on display because it was one of the items that I had out. And this is actually the only surviving copy that we know of this particular broadside. And then underneath we have another kind of similar example. So I've obviously picked the ones with lots of pictures. I should say they don't all have fantastic woodcuts like this. But this is another kind of satire, Jacobean satire. And it's basically about sort of a rock and a hard place. So it's a kind of satire on the corruption of the church and the clergy. So a kind of maid between two friars is one of the panels, and then a clerk between two lawyers because he's being ripped off, and then a mouse between two cats, and so on. So lots of kind of interesting social kind of context for a lot of these broadsides. And then the other one I've chosen here is Thomas Overy. And he was poisoned in the Tower of London, and it caused a massive scandal in the court of James I. And actually, James's court never really recovered from this scandal because he was essentially bumped off because he got a bit inconvenient. But he was a sir. He was somebody very kind of high up and powerful. So when the scandal broke, it caused a huge kind of stir in the Jacobean court. And we actually have a whole series of unique broadsides on the murder of Thomas Overy. Those are all digitized. And if you go to our collections highlights, you'll be able to see those all. And I've also written some kind of historical context to go along with those broadsides. But yeah, they are fantastic. And then a few other ones. So we have the Virginia Company Lottery, So this is another unique survival. It's printed in 1615 by the Virginia Company. The company was set up in 1606. This is to establish the settlements on the north coast, on the coast of North America. And the settlements didn't really do too well. Quite rapidly, the colony was essentially starving, and they were really, really desperate to raise funds to send out to Virginia. So this was a lottery to raise money for the settlement of Jamestown, because it was kind of riddled with disease and starvation since it being founded. The images of Native Americans are actually the earliest in print, believed to have been done from two real life people, as they're actually named figures. So the company actually only produced 15 unique broadsides, and 5 of those are in our collections. There's another couple there as well. Yes, and so I've skipped here to the English broadside ballad archive, because you can actually even hear some of these being sung. The English Broadside Ballad Archive is a project from the University of California, and they've gone around institutions around the UK and America, which have collections of unique broadsides. They're digitized. You can view fantastic kind of high resolution images and transcripts, and you can search by woodcuts, and there's all sorts of really fabulous stuff in there. But they also have a team of early music specialists, which is really fun. So this is one from our collection. This is a goodly ditty for Queen Elizabeth from our collection, and their specialists have actually recorded the music, so you can hear it being sung in real life, which is fantastic. You'll also find a list of this in the Society's library catalogue. I'll be showing you the catalogue at the end, and there's a specific list for the English Broadside Ballad Archive. But any that are digitised and accessible, you'll be able to access through the library catalogue. So as Gina mentioned before, another one of our very large collections is the Civil War tracts. So we actually have slightly more. We have 1,700 Civil War tracts, which came with us all from one bequest from one of our fellows, Anthony Lowther, and he also collected around 400 books. They're all about the same time period. His interest was the Civil War, as you probably gathered. So these were all kind of repackaged and catalogued. They're all searchable online. If you're kind of interested in the Civil War, you might be familiar with the British Library's collection of Thomasin tracts, and our records all have Thomasin tract numbers as well, so you can kind of cross-reference them with their collection. And obviously, collectively, they're a very substantial and kind of significant historical resource for the study of the Civil War and the Commonwealth period. They cover all sorts of different political aspects, and even magic as well, satire. We've got some from the Levellers. We've got all kind of Civil War kind of topics are kind of contained in that collection. Moving even further back, we're going back to our incunables and incunabula. So this is books printed before the end of 1500. We've got just over 50. Half of them actually came in the same bequest from one of our fellows in 1869, Arthur Ashbrittle, and that was pretty much our biggest bequest. It was about 3,000 printed books, so huge bequest in those days. Which is partly why even as soon as we moved into Burlington House, they were already complaining at meetings that we'd run out of room. so you can imagine since then how bad things have got if that was the case back in the 1870s. But the incunables are a really interesting collection. So they range from religious works, Bibles and sermons, to chronicle histories, classical texts. So we've already seen some of those, and medieval literature, such as Boccaccio and Dante, and most of them are in Latin, although I should add we do have a few early ones in English, including an extremely rare copy of the Book of St. Albans from 1486, and this is actually the first printed book in England in colour, because they used colour for the heraldic shields throughout the book, and that's attributed to a prioress, Juliana Berners. So that's a very interesting printed book. But obviously many of them have woodcuts and initials, and often the initials was actually done by hand. So you'll see kind of manuscript illumination in these early printed books. One of my favorites, this large image in the middle here, this comes from the Liber Chronicarium, or the Nuremberg Chronicle, which was printed in Nuremberg. It was world history up until its publication date. So it basically was a history of creation up until 1493, because obviously that's how the world was seen then. And it's got about 1,800 woodcuts throughout this kind of huge folio volume from about 640 woodblocks. So it's really, really important in the development of early printing. And it's pretty much like what you call the first coffee table book. So it's really, really impressive. And again, if you were at our Halloween event, this was one of the ones that I had on display, because it's got a fantastic woodcut of the Dance Macabre with the skeletons dancing. It's really fantastic book. So Martin's already mentioned about the society being kind of involved in publishing right from its very, very early days, including our kind of flagship journal, Archaeologia, which began in 1770. And then, well, before that even, we were publishing large folio engravings. So this is when the society was sending out its draftsmen, and they were taking copies and drawings of all sorts of different things. It's a really, really broad spread of objects, monuments, buildings, all kinds of different things made their way into Vetusta. Seals, documents, pretty much anything they thought was of historical value made its way there. And so there we have the Rosetta Stone, which is published in Vetusta, and it's also included the first complete colour reproduction of the Beyer Tapestry. And this was before it underwent Victorian restoration. So important for that kind of age-old debate of, you know, was it narrow in the eye? Was it a spear? You can actually see what it looked like before it was restored in the Victorian period. And we do hold the hand-coloured engraved copies, which were done directly from the tapestry by society draftsman Charles Stothard in the collection as well. So here are some of the published resources that you can access. So there's a fantastic project which is hosted by the University of Missouri, which is creating a digital scholarly edition of Vetusta Monumenta. So all the plates are uploaded in really high quality, and they've all got really, really detailed academic commentary as well. I think they're going up to the end of the 18th century, but that's free to access online. It's a really great resource. I really recommend just having a browse through that, because there's loads of information there. And it also, the commentary on the engravings also does link back to our own archives. So you'll find references, cross-references to our own material. So it's really fantastic that I sort of think it's quite a kind of full circle that now this is being kind of made available worldwide to anyone who wants to access it, in much the same way as the society originally thought to send out its engravings to institutions across Europe, so everybody can see these objects, which is great. And then we have our journals, Archaeologia, the Antiquaries Journal, and the proceedings. So this is the published proceedings of the meetings. So these are online, accessible via subscription to Cambridge Core. Obviously, we have on-site access, and we have the hard copy volumes as well. And then we have research reports, and most of the research reports, if not all of them, I believe, are free to download through OAPEN, the kind of online open access books repository. So you can access these excavation reports, for example, freely online. And then we have our public newsletter. So obviously this is a modern, much more modern than the previous publishing. But if you're interested in what the society does and you want to find out the latest news events, please do register for the society's newsletter. It comes out fortnightly. We often post interesting things that we find in the library, interesting updates about what volunteers are up to, you know, what things we catalogue, kind of what's on our radar, all sorts of things like that. So that's also a good way to find out more about the society. I'm just going to quickly whiz through our prints and drawings collection. It's a bit of an odd collection in that it sort of falls partly between the library and partly between the museum. And the reason I say this is because it is being catalogued into the museum catalogue as kind of objects. So you'll have the digitized images. But in terms of actual research, this usually comes under the library. So if you have prints and drawings inquiries, it will probably be me who will be doing the research, but I just want to pick out some of the specific prints and drawings collections we have. So we have the wonderful Harley collection. So this is 8 volumes of drawings and engravings and watercolors. So this is the Lord Earl Harley, who you might recognise from the Harleyan collection at the British Library. This is the same Harley, and the Society purchased his prints and drawings because his manuscripts went to the British Library. And you'll get to see one of those today because Anne Benson, one of our speakers, used one of the Harley volumes for her research. So you get to see one of those later. And you can see from the images that they're a kind of mixture of prints and drawings. This one in particular, kind of monuments, churches, cathedrals, buildings. And of course, lots of these things, the Society was worried that they were going to be lost. They were ruins. So that's why they were kind of so set out on kind of recording these kind of things. And another is the Coleraine collection, very similar. This was bequeathed by Lord Coleraine in 1749. And all sorts of miscellaneous prints and drawings in there. So these are kind of bound topographically by English county. And just to mention that there was no distinction between prints and drawings. So they're all kind of bound in together throughout the Society's history. You can't really separate one from the other, which does make it a little bit difficult to search because you just have to kind of look through the whole lot essentially. But there is far more prints than drawings on the whole in these volumes. These are some of the actual ones that the Society commissioned. Got some really nice examples here. As I just mentioned, that lots of the images that were done by the Society now record things that we don't have anymore. This is the lovely watercolor here, coloured watercolor on the left there of a medieval liturgical vessel. It was done by the Society director, John Talman. And underneath is what it looks like now. It's on display in the V&A. And as you can see, it looks nothing like it did in clearly what it looked like in the early 18th century, because it was actually in a collection which was really heavily destroyed by fire. So even though it's still recognised as one of the leading examples of English goldsmiths' work, unfortunately, all of the coloured enamels were destroyed in the fire. But fortunately, because we have this beautiful drawing, we know what it looked like at that time. And obviously that says a lot about why, this collection is so valuable as a research resource, because these are the records that we have of these kind of objects. And underneath there, this is these beautiful Viking armbands, which were discovered in Ireland in 1802. It was one of the largest Viking hoards to be found in Ireland. I think it was about 5 kilos of silver in weight. And the hoards passed into the collection of some silversmiths in London, and they were brought to the Society and they were shown at a meeting, and these lovely drawings were made in 1812. Made by the Society's draftsmen, and then somewhat devastatingly, the entire hoard was melted down for bullion. So this is the kind of records that we have, because so many of these objects have either been dispersed, we don't know where they are, or they've been lost, or they've been destroyed. So very interesting collection, and this is just a kind of spread of some of the other beautiful drawings. This is the Ribchester helmet. And we've got, it's also in Vetusta, but of course the early Vetusta Monumenta wasn't in colour. It wasn't in colour till much later. So you can look at the engravings, but you don't really get a sense of how beautiful some of these drawings are until you actually look at the original coloured versions. We also got a lovely drawing of a Roman shoe, Anglo-Saxon brooch, medieval tiles from Scotland, the Hoxton hand axe. You just saw a picture of that. So this is a lovely example because we've got both the drawing of the axe, the engraving, and the object itself in the collection. And I'm just quickly going to mention, if you're interested in Society's history and you want some further reading, this is really the go-to. All of these books are out here on the table at the front if you want to come and have a look. Making History is a really good accessible kind of catalogue. It was an exhibition catalogue from our 300th anniversary. Visions of Antiquity is got a lot of background information about the Society's engraving activities, much more kind of in-depth look about its collecting and its historical context. A catalogue of the paintings. If you want to know more about each painting in depth, they're all in here with really, really detailed information about all the paintings. And the absolute classic we call the SAL Bible, Joan Evans's History of the Society from 1956. And Joan Evans went on to become the first female society president in 1959. And her history is completely invaluable for the history of the society's early days. And it includes some really wonderful cutting remarks. You get a great sense of her character from reading it. So it's also very entertaining as very thoroughly researched. And just lastly, I'm just going to show you the library catalogue. This is what the online library catalogue looks like. You can access it from home. It will look exactly the same. You see there's lots of kind of helpful links. There's links to our collection highlights. At the top, there's lists, and there's some of our resources are kind of collated into lists, which might be helpful. You can run advanced searches, which is really helpful if you want to see all the Civil War stuff we have between 1642 and 1644. You know, you can run all those kind of searches to really drill down. But of course, if you need any help in using the catalogue and the collections, then you can drop the library an email. If you've got a general inquiry, general research inquiry, or you want to know about our library services, do send it to the library email. But if there's anything you want to talk to me personally about, you're very welcome to contact me as well. So I will now hand over to Kat, who will talk about the archive.
The archive store is not glamorous like the library, and also you can't visit it because we keep it locked, but it looks like that. As Becky's mentioned, I look after the archives. I also look after the manuscripts, and we'll get to what the difference is between the two very shortly. And I look after a couple of other collections, which I'll mention at the very end of this talk. I am going to say a lot that something is in progress or we're working on something. This is my disclaimer to say that while the Society has existed since 1707, we've had an archivist for 3 years. So I'm looking at 300 years of backlog, and you know, we are working on it, but we're working on it slowly, carefully. So archives and manuscripts, and people keep using those two terms together. Are they different? Yes. So what are manuscripts? Manuscripts, pretty straightforward. A lot of manuscripts look like this, which is nice. You've already seen these pictures from Junior's talk, actually. That's the Magna Carta and the Lindsay Psalter. We keep getting those two out because they are our favorite items. Manuscripts, essentially written by hand. That's what the term means. Usually before the common use of the printing press. So essentially people were writing by hand because they had to. It covers illuminated psalters, various charters. We have books of hours. We have medieval deeds. Generally dating from, I'd really draw the line sort of mid-17th century. I wouldn't say anything after that is necessarily a manuscript. They don't all look glamorous. Some of them look like this. These are account books from the Manor of Morden from the early 14th century. So still a very valuable resource, just not as shiny as some of the other ones. I do know things, we've got about 600 manuscripts. I think we've got about 700, but you know, the lines are kind of blurry. And as Dean also mentioned, I have renumbered a lot of them. So if you have used our collection before and you think, oh no, what's happened to something that I used to refer to by a specific manuscript number, fear not, those manuscript numbers are still available on the catalogue. So if you search with previous numbers, they will still appear. So those are manuscripts. I think we've established what they are. What are archives? Right, you don't have to answer, I'll tell you. Manuscript archives are essentially papers that are created during the activity of a person or organization. So the easy one to get out of the way, the archive of the Society of Antiquaries are papers that were created during the activities of the Society of Antiquaries. For example, our minute books, which have already been mentioned. We created minute books because we had meetings and someone took minutes. So this is now part of our archival holdings. We've got the minute books from the very first meeting that we have minutes of, 5th of February, 1718. And we have the minutes of every single meeting that's happened since, up to and including the one that happened. Was there one last week, Martin? Yep, up to and including one that happened last week. You can't look at the really recent ones because they fall under data protection, but you can look at anything that's we consider historic. So the 18th and 19th century minutes often include drawings of what was shown at the meetings because Instagram hadn't been invented yet. So if you needed to share things with your fellow researchers, that was the only way of doing it, which is very good of them because we now have records of objects that might maybe be lost. So not the Rosetta Stone, we know where that one is, but we don't necessarily know the precise location of everything that's shown in these images, for instance, which are various urns and something called the British sword. We are digitizing the minute books because they're such a valuable resource for the history of the society. We will be digitizing them all the way up to pretty much 100 years ago from now. We're currently somewhere in the mid to late 19th century, I think. If you go on the website, you'll see what's available. And we're also gradually adding specific search terms to those. So right now you will need to know the date of when something happened, that you need to then look up the specific meeting. Or if you know the year, then you just have the horrible task of reading lots of other minutes that might throw up interesting facts that you didn't really want to know about. But another work in progress is adding additional information to our various catalogue entries. Other records of the society. So we have a lot of membership records. So that's historic records of everyone who's ever been a fellow. And that is, I know, another resource that people are very keen to see online. And hopefully by next year, we will have a complete index of all of our historic fellows. But, you know, not yet. We've got a lot of correspondence. So the image that I had in my first slide is all boxes of our 19th century correspondence. And I've got an amazing team of volunteers working through and cataloguing that at the moment. So hopefully next year, that will also all be available online, not digitized because that would be a huge undertaking, but catalogued so you can search for names, you can search for specific keywords. And that will cover well into thousands of items. So the correspondence for the 18th century is mostly catalogued and online already. We've got various committee minutes, we've got accounts also from the very early days, and that way you can also put together a lot of things that society did. So Becky has mentioned us employing engravers to work on specific items. The account books actually show how much we paid those engravers and how much the paper costs to print things. So you really get a sense of the day-to-day workings, not just the finished end product, but actually how those came about. Martin mentioned how involved the society was in the early 20th century archaeological digs in various places, and we've got quite an extensive collection of notes, correspondence, committee minutes on sites, especially Stonehenge and Richborough in Kent. Very extensive photographs, again, sort of the day-to-day notebooks of how much did we pay people to dig trenches at Richborough in a specific year. And you can really sort of see how that worked on a daily basis. And I will say a lot of the society's archive specifically was completely uncatalogued when I arrived. So that is really a big chunk that is partially catalogued, or maybe I know what's in this particular part of the collection. So if you have a specific interest in something that you think you might find there, it might be easiest just to ask me directly, because we're putting things online slowly, but there is obviously knowledge that's currently just in my brain or in a draft somewhere that I'm still very happy to help you with. So that's the society's own images. What do we have that's not the society's own papers or manuscripts? While most of the Morris collection is at Kelmscott Manor, those really lovely bunnies are actually from a Morris calligraphic manuscript in his own hand. Although I think the bunnies aren't by Morris, I've been told. Is that true? Maybe. They're still lovely bunnies, so they're out there. We have a very small collection of Morris material here as well. So we have almost 300 individual collections that are not manuscript and not society archives. Collection can be anything from 5 pieces of paper in a single folder to a whole 3 shelves worth of somebody's diaries. So 300 is a bit of an arbitrary number, but this gives you a bit of an idea of what subjects might be covered. And that can be correspondence, it can be notebooks, it can be diaries, sketches, photographs, research notes, maps, minutes of meetings, rough drafts of papers or books. So once something is published, it really then falls into Becky's domain. but very often the archive might have, previous typescripts with corrections and annotations that somebody was working through. It might be someone's personal collections of off-prints that's not large enough to donate, but it's just their own research material. And a lot of these people who are showing up there were fellows. So again, it shows the whole breadth of the society's interests and just their personal research interests. So we're not specifically strong on any one subject, although there is quite a lot of heraldry, genealogy, church architecture, which can get quite specific. We have a collection of, I think, probably about 7,000 photographs of roof bosses. So if anyone's specifically interested in roof bosses, Mr. Cave is your man, because that's all he cared about. And then there's other things, pottery, bridges, ancient bridges of England and Wales. Anyone? Church bells specifically. And we also hold the collections of a few societies that aren't ourselves. So we have collections of the British Archaeological Association. We hold the collection of the Society of Dilettante. It doesn't belong to us, but we facilitate access to it. So we have, associated collections as well. And I would highly recommend, if you go to our catalogue website, which I'll show you in a minute, you can actually scroll through that entire list. That's bits of which are up there. So, really just scroll through the titles and sort of see what takes your fancy, because you will not know to expect all of the things that we have. Because of how we acquired our various collections, and usually they were given to us and we spent 300 years not saying no to anything, which thanks. Or I think also similarly, especially with the manuscripts, things possibly were just left here and then sort of accumulated into the collection. We very rarely have someone's complete collection of papers. Nobody sort of said, this is my life's work, here you go. So for instance, you might be familiar with Mortimer Wheeler. Almost all of his papers are at UCL, and we have about 8 boxes of a specific excavation project that he did of hill forts in northern France. So they're here. Why? Don't know. He probably left them here. We took them in. So very often you might need to work with our collections in conjunction with a collection that's somewhere else, or possibly in multiple places. And sometimes it's literally a case of, oh, we have 2 notebooks and all the other ones are in Somerset. It will often say that in the catalogue. We're trying to be helpful to tell you where the other items are, but just don't rely on us being your one source for everything. That's a map of Malvern in Worcestershire, by the way. I just thought I'd have a few other bits and pieces out for you to look at. So all of that sounds amazing. How do I find what you actually have in the archive? You've already seen our main website, where if you click on search the collections in the drop-down menu, you get to this. And it is essentially a very straightforward archive catalog search. You can type in a keyword, you can type in a date. If you know the reference code of what you're looking for, type it in the reference code box. The previous reference code also works. Like I said, if you have previous references to anything, you can search a date range, and hopefully that will get you where you want to go. We do have most of our records on the National Archives catalogue discovery. I would not currently recommend that you use this. I'm working on a massive project of updating everything on there to make it match what we have on this catalogue. If you come back in 3 months, I will tell you to use Discovery. For now, hold off. Discovery is a great resource for everything else, but it's not the most up-to-date resource for our particular collection for the time being. And as I mentioned before, if you go to the main page there, it will say Browse Archive. And that's where you get the entire list of everything by title. So the 3-letter code is the reference code for the collection. And then it hopefully gives you a bit of an idea of what might be in that collection. And they are of varying sizes. And if you click on View Details, it will tell you more. As we have mentioned, we are digitizing parts of the collection. So for instance, this is what that then looks like. This is the Black Book of Peterborough, which sounds very dramatic. It's really just a register of an abbey. Nothing sort of black magic about it. You can access all of the images freely through the online catalog. What you will not be able to do is save those images. They will only come, if you try and save them, they will come up as a tiny, tiny image because we're trying to avoid everybody reusing them. If you want any images, you can contact us through our image service and we can provide images of anything that we've digitized. From the digitized page, you can move through the pages, you can go into a full screen view, you can zoom in for a more detailed view, and you can really zoom into a lot of detail so you can see individual pen strokes. And one of the other things that's in progress is that we will hopefully soon have a sort of turn the pages technology, like a lot of other digitized websites have. Right now, you just need to click through individual pages, which is a little bit more annoying, but you know, the material is still there and it looks great. Like I said, a lot of minute books are already digitized. And we also take requests for digitization. So either because you want to be able to access something for your own personal research, a lot of the time where you think, oh, it's really annoying to have to come here all the time, and then I have to tell you that I want to see this manuscript, and wouldn't it be nicer if I could just sit in the comfort of my home and I could just look at this lovely manuscript on my laptop, on the sofa with the cats. For a very reasonable price, we will do that. Or if you want to give it to someone as a Christmas present, we have a scheme called Adopt a Manuscript, where you can also adopt it in somebody else's name. It will have their name on it saying this was kindly sponsored by such and such a person. So if you want to encourage other people to look at manuscripts, we can also facilitate that. Glass slides and photographs. Please don't come and look at glass slides. They're really awkward. They're quite fragile. They're not currently catalogued online, so it's very difficult to find out what we have. But they are, a lot of them are so early that they are actually a wonderful resource to see what things looked like before restoration or before something was destroyed. And this is a really nice one of how people came and looked around Stonehenge in the olden days, which I think we should definitely revive. That's quite a classy way of getting around. Photos is another project that's currently very much in progress. Some of them are actually catalogued and the records are available online, although nothing has been digitized to date. So what you'll get is a catalogue record that says, these photographs exist, and then you still have to come here and actually look at them in person. But again, we're able to digitize things if necessary, or we can provide images of individual photos for you if necessary. And I somehow missed the really cool bookplate with the cat with a cape on. So these are mediocre heraldic bookplates. I will say I do not know a huge amount about heraldic bookplates. If this is something that interests you, we do have a partial catalogue of the collection, which is enormous. Do tell me if you're interested, and I will try and find out as much as I can. But that's a sort of minor collection as far as I'm concerned. Sorry. If you are super keen about archives, we also encourage people to engage with our archives the other way around. What do I mean by that? You can help us catalogue one of our collections. So we have received a very generous donation to digitize the collection of Peter Prattenton, who collected a, how can I put this politely, a very large volume of material about Worcestershire, and I mean very large. So we are digitizing it, but we do not have the staff time to then catalogue each individual item. And I'm talking about probably about 100 volumes in total, which then have so many pages. A lot of it is his own notes, but there's, you know, there's various advertising bills, pamphlets, sermons that were preached in Worcestershire in the first half of the 19th century, all collected by him. So we're making the digital images freely available, and there's a very straightforward process where you can just pick random bits and tell us what they are. And then we will add those to the catalogue, hopefully also so people can just see what sort of material might exist from the first half of the 19th century. Even if you just do a few of them, it's quite a fun thing to do. Some people really enjoy it. And it's obviously then really, really helpful for everybody else to be able to find out what exactly we have. And it's nice for me to find out exactly what we have, because I never see these things otherwise. So, my favorite manuscript, best for last. We have a lovely 1450s-ish Italian antiphon, which is this big and has big metal clasps and looks like it should belong to a very fancy library somewhere. And the other image is actually of a jousting check from the Field of Cloth of Gold. So Henry VIII and Francis, literally keeping score of what people won on each side. And of course, you can email me if you have any questions. And that's another reminder of our collections homepage. And now I hand over to Kate, who will talk about the museum collections.
I realise that you have a library tour to get to and an exciting lunch afterwards, so I'll keep this really brief. But I'm Kate Bagnall, I'm the Museum Collections Manager here at the Society. As mentioned, we've got 2 accredited museum sites, Burlington House and Kelmscott Manor in the Cotswolds, but I'm just kind of covering the Burlington House collections. And my role involves the storage, movement, preservation, display and cataloguing of the collections here. And I just want to introduce you to some of the museum objects we have and also to the resources you can use if you are interested in exploring them further. And it seemed fitting to start with this little object here, because as you might already know or have heard, we've gathered here in our museum, our meeting room for 300 years to discuss objects of antiquity. And one of the first to be discussed and exhibited and then later donated was this little lamp in the middle, which became known as the Society's Lamp of Knowledge, and it's actually our emblem now. And when it first came to the Society, after it was discovered in 1717, it was believed to be Roman because of it being found with other Roman artifacts in St. Leonard's Hill in Windsor. And it was brought before the Society to be discussed and later donated in 1736. And it's kind of a really nice example of the importance of the Society and what we do, because it was actually later discovered to be a medieval Sabbath lamp. And it kind of, that's why it's called the Lamp of Knowledge, because it's sort of a symbol of the light of learning and a symbol of the Society's kind of mission and purpose. And so I won't repeat this because I know you've sort of already seen some of this in Dunia's talk, but it's just kind of a recap of the collections we have. So we have about 45,000 objects in the collection, and it's a really astonishing variety because, like Kat said, we actually weren't necessarily, well, we weren't collecting for a museum. We were collecting sort of as an aside to the research. Things were deposited with us, sometimes given, but I think sometimes just left. You know, we were seen as the most suitable kind of home for these objects, and so they ended up with us, and it's all a little bit random, but really an incredible collection. And I think partly because we weren't collecting for public display or for a particular purpose, a particular theme, we've actually ended up with something that really maps the kind of history of antiquarian interest in the development of the study of antiquaries. So again, there's just kind of a recap of what we have here. And then I've got some highlights for you, some of which you've already seen, but a few more that you won't have done. So we had sort of portable antiquities being shown to us at our meetings, but we didn't really have space to obviously look after these. And so we weren't really actively collecting 3D objects initially because we were nomadic, you know, we were meeting in pubs and things, and objects would get left behind, I guess. But some of the first objects we then did purchase were paintings. 3 paintings were the first objects to be purchased by the Society. Painting of Henry V, Edward IV, and Elizabeth of York. And then really shortly after we got one of our paintings of Henry VII as well. And that was because once we did have sort of rented rooms, we could decorate the walls of the rooms with paintings. So, you know, we couldn't have the objects, but we could have the paintings. But as Martin mentioned, this was quite a small collection still, and, you know, interesting, but not hugely important, until we got the bequest of the Reverend Thomas Cairage in 1828. And he gave us 26th, 15th and 16th century paintings, oil on panel paintings, and mainly portraits of monarchs, European and British monarchs. So, you know, there's been mention already, we've got our lovely portrait of Richard III there and his companion portrait, Edward IV, and of course our portrait of Mary. And our paintings kind of fall into 4 main categories. We have royal portraits, portraits of antiquaries, devotional works, such as the painting on your right here, or the painting on my left here, if you're in the room with us, and topographical works as well. And kind of the threads that connect them are their association with sort of British subjects. And so on the left here, and on your left here, we have the largest panel of our cycle of Anglo-Saxon kings. So we actually have 6 panels in the Society's collections, but you have 4 on display here. And these are a really nice example of the kind of preservation work of the Society, because these were discovered in Baston House in Keston in Kent in 1813. And the reason they're cut up like this, they would have just been one scheme, but the reason they're cut up like this is they had been reused to form a shed. Unfortunately, one of our fellows visited Baston House, saw these and realised they were really, really valuable artworks. And so in kind of conversation with the owners of Baston House, we were able to receive them in 1880. They were given to us by Elizabeth Branson, who was the heiress to Baston House. But the thought is that they may actually once have decorated the walls of the dining hall at Elton Palace, close to Baston. And then you have in the centre the early surviving portrait of Richard III. So it's painted soon after 1510, but from a prototype that was painted during his lifetime. So it's thought to be quite accurate to how he actually looked. And he sits next to his brother Edward IV here, and we know these were companion portraits because dendrochronology has showed us that they were taken from the same tree. And then on the right, or here in the room, we have our panel of St. Etheldreda, and this is a really special 15th century panel. It would have once been one panel. It's actually now, if you take a close look, split into 2. And again, this is kind of the Society recognising something really important. We think the panel was painted to decorate the tomb, the saint's tomb at the Cathedral of Ely. But actually, when it was found, it was being used as the doors of an airing cupboard in a house. But again, salvaged by the Society because they recognised how important these artworks were. Oh, you can't see my notes on the that's not great. Well, press it again. Oh, thank you. Oh no. My collections highlights have seemed to disappear. Well, anyway, you've kind of actually heard how you can search for the paintings here. So luckily, our records are as difficult and random as all of the others you've been introduced to. So there are really big gaps because we kind of were given stuff without any provenance information. We're still working on kind of 300 years of backlog on the museum collections as well. But for paintings, you can take a look at our collections online, which Kat just showed you. So that serves the archives and the museum collection. Unfortunately, all of the Society's 86 paintings are on there with really good records. But the other resources, if you want to kind of read a bit further, are the books that you have here. So you have the catalogue of paintings in the Society of Antiquaries, the 2015 publication, copies of which are available in the library, and also quite a lot of our paintings are covered in Making History. Oh, yes, that's right. And then prints and drawings, I'll whiz through again because I know you've learned quite a lot about these, but about 25,000 in our collection. And they were really distinctive element of our sort of 18th century activities because we were sort of preserving objects that might be lost, sites of significance, churches, monuments, etc. You know, this was one of kind of the ways of preserving and disseminating this knowledge. Many of the productions are really beautiful things, but actually the importance of them comes from the fact that the Society really valued accuracy. And so we have these really accurate records that are sometimes the only records of kind of objects that have been lost or buildings that have been destroyed. And these two are quite nice examples. Some of you might recognise the image on the left. It's kind of a small capture of the much larger scene of the sinking of the Mary Rose. And this was taken from a wall mural in Cowdray House in West Sussex, which used to belong to the Master of the Horse of Henry VIII, Sir Anthony Browne. And the house had fallen into disrepair, but when one of the antiquaries went to tour the area, he noticed that the murals were actually still intact. And so the society commissioned the Sherwin brothers to go and record these murals. And about 4 years later, the house burnt down and the society held the only records of these wall paintings. And then we have a medieval mural from St. Stephen's Chapel in Westminster, the Palace of Westminster, which I think you're going to get an amazing talk on this afternoon. And again, it's a really nice example of the work of the society, because this wall mural was uncovered. Oh, sorry. This wall mural was uncovered during works to expand the Houses of Parliament after the Act of Union with Ireland. And the society luckily went and recorded it. It was then almost completely destroyed by the building works. And then, of course, there was a huge fire at the Houses of Parliament and the whole of St. Stephen's Chapel was destroyed. So again, really, really lovely example of the work that we do. And then it's not come out properly again, but prints and drawings, you have already heard that you can search some of these online. So we've got, unfortunately, there's only about 2,000 available on our collections online at the moment, but worth taking a look to kind of get an idea of what we have. These are mainly, the drawings that are online are mainly from Archaeologia and Vetusta Monumenta. And then unfortunately is just the card catalogue in the library. That really is kind of the resource we have. We realise that hard copy is not ideal for access if you can't get into the society to sort of view the catalogue, but we're working on it. It's something we really want to kind of start digitising next year. As Dunia said, we're hoping we'll get some funding for that. And of course, you can email us if you have any queries. And then finally, obviously we have our 3D artefacts, which are an amazing part of the collection. The previous slides have sort of showed you the preservation work of the society, but we were also sort of actively collecting, and we were real pioneers in the development of archaeology. And we were actively excavating. So we were excavating barrows, and we were also looking at sort of church monuments and tombs, etc. But actually, a lot of what we've ended up with was sort of accidental archaeology. Obviously, we were kind of lucky in that the Industrial Revolution, the intensification of agriculture, and sort of the expansion of transport infrastructure during the 18th and 19th century led to a lot of kind of abundant, if I'm very random sometimes, but finds. And again, the society were really good at sort of valuing these finds. Even when we sort of had the National Gallery and the British Museum, the focus was sort of on the classical world, but the society was really interested in what we had kind of domestically. So on the left, we've got our Bosworth Cross, which for those of you in the building is on display out in the entrance. Also do have a look, you know, as you move around the building. And we believe this is from the Battle of Bosworth because it has been dated before 1485. And it was uncovered at the site of the Battle of Bosworth during ploughing. Alongside it was found a decorated wooden shaft. So we believe it kind of was a processional cross, and it would have been carried by Richard III's side. And we know this because there are sunburst emblems on the kind of roundel, so take a closer look when you go out. And then in the middle, we have our beautiful Beath shield, which you got a glimpse of earlier. So this is a later Bronze Age shield from Ayrshire in Scotland. And it was presented to the society in 1791, having been found in a peat bog during peat extraction. And it was actually found placed in a ring with 6 or 7 others, so sort of a ceremonial burial of these shields. But unfortunately, because the shields were found by workmen and metal was valuable, the rest were carried away and melted down for the scrap metal value. Fortunately, we have the kind of one here that is the only example of the shields that were found there. And then on the right, we have our Viking silver brooch dating from the 9th century AD. And this was found deep in a rock crevice during quarrying at Ortonscar and Westmoreland. And when these were found, nice example again, they were thought to be Roman initially because they were so highly decorated, but sort of later researchers identified them as Viking due to the stamped decoration on the pin of the brooch. And we believe the decoration on the body of the brooch is actually slightly earlier Irish work, and the Norse pin is a later replacement. And unfortunately, you've only got the highlights here. But actually, you're not missing an awful lot because our museum records are really quite patchy because we're still kind of working on linking up provenance information. But we're digitising, obviously, our 3D museum objects. And so there are quite a few on the Society's collections online. If you want to browse them, which I think is quite a nice way of kind of seeing what we've got, you can go to the sort of advanced search page, select Burlington House, and there is a drop down that allows you to select museum collection under collection, and that will just kind of give you an idea of what we've got. And then I'd also recommend browsing our collections highlights because much like the manuscripts and prints and drawings, there are some really beautiful objects displayed there. And also Making History has a really good record of sort of what we've got and some of our key items. We've got a brilliant catalogue, which was the first catalogue to be made of the Society in 1847. Obviously, it's legacy data, but it kind of covers all of the 3D objects that were in the Society before 1847. And then Beatrice Tacardi, who you saw the beautiful photograph of earlier, she came back in 1988 and treated the museum like a museum for the first time, numbered everything, recatalogued everything, and that's a really good record. Unfortunately, we've only got 4 volumes and they're all quite fragile, but we do have photocopies of them, which we're happy to share with you if you want to kind of take a further, closer look. And also you can sort of email me and I'm happy to give you that information. And finally, the seals, which you also can't see. But the main source for our seals is actually a hard copy card catalogue as well. So that's at the back of the library. We have actually got about 4,000 of our seals on the collections online, but the data is quite basic. It's sort of an inventory record rather than sort of a proper catalogue entry. So again, I would recommend, coming in, having a look at the card catalogue. We're obviously happy to help you with that as well. But if you're off-site and you want to kind of get access to this collection, you can email me at museum@sal.org.uk. The other thing we do have is we have a series of birch catalogues, which cover they were written to cover the seals in the British Museum Department of Manuscripts, but actually really helpfully, somebody has gone through those and annotated to let you know all of the seals we contain, we hold within SAL. And then museum research visits. As Dunia said, the museum is not really a museum. It's kind of a tiny little storeroom full of things. And it gets used by a lot of people. It's our conservation studio, it's our photography workshop, it's our study space. Our volunteers use it as well. So we do actually ask, I know it seems a bit diva-ish to ask you for 2 weeks notice, but it's just because it's such a busy room. If you want to come and research the collections further, if there's something particularly you want to see, you can always email me for information, but also if you'd like to request to see them in person, you absolutely can. And I'd ask you to drop your request to museum@sal.org.uk. I'll send you a booking request form, and then obviously we look forward to welcoming you for your visit. And then finally, you can see those links. So they're the kind of, if you want to browse the collection further, please do. And obviously, again, you can email me if you need anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're now, for those of us who are in the building, due to do a tour. We regather here after lunch at 1 p.m. to hear 3 sort of case studies on things that people have done with our collection. So Dunia, are you leading the tour and likely to lead the way? Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. This afternoon, we're going to have three presentations showing aspects of research that link to our society's collections. They've, I hope, varied to show the multidisciplinary nature of antiquarian study. Our first speaker this afternoon is Robert Hill, one of our fellows. Robert's an orthopedic surgeon and honorary associate professor at UCL. Aside from his medical work, he's had an abiding interest in swords, particularly medieval and Viking, and he has used medical imaging techniques such as CT scanning to investigate these artifacts in something of a diversion from his interest in arms and armour. He's also done work that he's going to share with us this afternoon on an Anglo-Saxon burial urn. So, Robert, over to you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here. So, without further ado, let's start. So, I'm going to talk to you about CT scanning of an Anglo-Saxon burial urn, which is in front of you on this table here. And this burial urn was found in Ingham in Suffolk, and I understand was given to the Society in 1842 by Sir Thomas Gage. And if you look on the little plinth it's on, it refers to there being a brooch inside. So, I just need a little bit of advisory to you all. There's going to be a little bit of science in this, not too much, and I'll try and keep it digestible for you. And there will be some photographs of bone fragments, nothing too sinister, so just to warn you. So, why am I doing this? Well, it came out of a chance meeting, really, and a question. I was enjoying a glass of wine upstairs in the library after one of the meetings, and we're chatting, and I spoke to Kate, who's the museum curator, and Annabelle, and they said, oh, we've got an Anglo-Saxon burial urn, and there's supposed to be a bracelet inside. Can you find out? Well, scientists like questions. So if you say to me, can you find this? Can you find that? How long is it? Where does it fit? That sort of thing. That's what we like. What I don't really like is people saying, can you just scan this pot? Because I'm going to say, well, what do you want to know? So this was very good. There was a very clear question here, which I hope we're going to be able to answer for you. So we're going to start a little bit with what is a CT scanner. And then I want to go through with you, what do we use it for? And what does it do? And of course, what we're really interested in this afternoon is what did it tell us about the Anglo-Saxon burial urn? And then later at the end of the session, there'll be a chance for some questions, I hope. Well, this is a CT scanner. And this CT scanner is at the Portland Hospital, which is not very far from here. This is a private hospital, and it specializes in women and children, as you may know. And what a CT scanner does is basically it does cross-sectional imaging using X-rays. We'll go into this in more detail in a minute. We'll come back to that. So if you just have in your head, it's for cross-sectional imaging using X-rays. Now, we need to talk a little bit about X-rays. And this is a bit of the science. So what are X-rays? Well, as it says up there, it's a type of electromagnetic radiation that can flow at the speed of light. It can go through space and material, and it has usually a wave form. We put this one up. This is the electromagnetic spectrum, and light we've got all around us now is in the middle there, and you can see the rainbow. You go down to the left-hand side of the spectrum as you look at it. The waves get shorter in wavelength, higher frequency, and higher energy. X-ray is a high energy form of electromagnetic radiation. We go the other side, we've got infrared, microwave, and radio. The trouble with these things to the left is they're quite damaging, and you don't really want to be irradiated with too many X-rays. You don't really want to be irradiated with gamma rays at all, because it will damage you and possibly kill you. So if that's a little bit difficult to understand, then let's have a look at this. So this is the Starship Enterprise, I'm sure you all recognise, and most of you may remember that it was armed with photon torpedoes, which were used to shooting down Klingons. So a photon torpedo is basically a pulse of energy, called a photon, and it just shoots out these pulses of energy. So that's how we want to think about the X-rays when we do the more scientific bit later on. So the photons, which are little packets of energy, are being shot out, and they have certain characteristics in respect of their wavelength and frequency that make them X-rays rather than gamma rays. So X-rays. So on your left-hand side, we have schematically an X-ray tube in our CT scanner, which produces X-rays. And we can vary the number and the energy range of these X-ray photons which are shooting out through that filter. They will then hit the object in question. Some of them actually get scattered. They get reflected and bounce off. This is particularly the case with things like metal, which is quite high density, and is actually a big problem when you're imaging metal with medical type X-rays. Some will go straight through the object. Some will be attenuated by the object. And really what you need, the best thing object, is something which is heterogeneous, with lots of different bits in there, lots of different bits which attenuate the X-rays in different manner. If all the X-rays go straight through, you'll just end up with black on the screen. If none of the X-rays go straight through, you'll just end up with white on the screen. What we obviously want is something in between. So some of these X-rays get through, some get weakened, and some get absorbed. I'm going to talk about radiological density to you. But if there was any physicists in the room, I'd be in a lot of trouble using that term. It's easier for you to understand, I think. The correct phrase is to do with attenuation of X-rays. So metal, for example, will be quite dense, radiologically speaking. Bone will be less so. Ash will be even less so. And pottery will be somewhere in between. And of course, those are things we're expecting to see in this plot. So it goes to an X-ray detector, which used to be film, as you probably remember, now digital, and it produces a grayscale image. So I've talked to you about black, X-ray's gone straight through, white, no X-ray gone straight through, called a shadow, and grey is a bit in between. And there's a lot of imaging processing required when you use a CT scanner, as you will see. So it's not just a matter of taking a picture. We've got to process this picture to get all the information we want out of it. So let's go back to our CT scanner. So here it is. And the X-ray tubes and the detectors, which are opposite each other, are inside this housing up there, this sort of donut. And there's lots of them. Something like 126, something like that will be in there. The patient, or in this case the object, is on this bed you can see in front of you. And what we're going to do is we're going to slide the bed into the scanner, and then we take a picture. And in the old days, you put the bed in, say a millimetre, take a picture, you then put the bed in another millimetre, take another picture, another millimetre. It was going to take a very long time, and people had to keep very still. This is actually a spiral CT scanner, and what happens is these, inside this donut, these tubes and detectors are spinning. They spin round, and they're arranged in a spiral. But what happens is you can push the bed in, keep it moving in, and put her in a spiral and moving around really quickly. They're taking lots of pictures very quickly. I'll get one of you to lie on that scanner, and I want a whole body CT scan. It'll be over in 10 seconds. Really quick, which is a massive advantage. And as we're a paediatric hospital, these children ain't going to keep still unless we give them a general anaesthetic, which we don't always want to do. The this is obviously meant for humans. So the energy which is of the X-rays in the scanner, which is about 100 kV to 150 kV if you're scientifically minded, is suitable for scanning human tissue. You can get scanners with much higher energies, and these are industrial CT scanners used for imaging turbine blades, Formula One engine blocks, that sort of stuff. But basically they'll fry you if you go inside one of those. We haven't got one of those because we're not in the business of frying patients. We have to use a medical CT scanner. And the most obvious historical application of this is Egyptian mummies. It's perfect, isn't it? It's the same thing. Right. So here we go. So we take cross-sectional images or slices. The slice interval, the minimum we can do is 0.6 of a millimetre, which is what we did for this. That's going to produce a lot of data and a lot of X-rays. If you're a human, then we may not need to do it at 0.6 of a millimetre. If we did it at 1.2, then we could halve the number of X-rays. Okay. For the urn, that's 441 slices. That thing in front of you, it's like I've taken a knife and I've done 441 slices across it. We can vary the number of X-ray photons, the energy, and the range of energy we're using to make up the pictures. It's all done by the computer. In practice, we do have set protocols depending on what tissue we're going to image. So we'll have one protocol for lung, which has got a lot of air in it, so not very radio dense, abdomen, which is a bit more radio dense, bone, which is quite radio dense. So we have these set protocols on the machine. We can actually make up our own, and Martin referred to metal, and we made up our own for metal because, surprisingly enough, the manufacturers don't give us a protocol for imaging Viking swords. They probably will give us a protocol for imaging lung or bone. And then we process the image, and this is how we do it. We can vary the image plane, so cross-sectional, pretty obvious, that's like that. Face on would be like that, so it'll be chopped like this way, and sideways would be this way. We have medical terms for this, which I'll spare you with, but the idea is you can vary the plane of the image. In fact, you can use any image plane you want to. You can make it oblique if you really want to. We select the energy of the X-rays, we make 3D pictures, and then we can digitally adjust the image just like your camera. So I'm going to divert a little bit into something that isn't my area, which is always dangerous, of course. But I'm indebted to Stuart Brooks, who is or was the editor of the journal here, and Howard Williams, who I've never met, but I can tell you he's written a lot of very interesting stuff on the internet. So cremation as a death ritual dates back 17,000 years, common in the Bronze Age. Burial became more common in the Iron Age. Roman Britain, diminishing, reappeared in the 5th and 6th centuries, particularly amongst the Anglo-Saxons, which is relevant to us. And the ashes were usually deposited in an urn. You have an urn in front of you. These urns were in urn cemeteries. Probably the most well-known is in Norfolk, Sponge Hill. The process produced ash, but also remaining pieces of bone. That's how we think it was done, the way they think it was done. It must have been quite a complex and organised exercise. You know, chop all the wood up, build these funeral pyres, bring the people in, the bodies in, and then collect the bodies afterwards and to process them. And it seems very likely that in the collection process, there's rather fewer remains in the urns than you would expect. In other words, not the whole skeleton's gone into the urn. And there was some bone selection. You'll see some pieces in a minute. And sometimes they were mixed. And maybe it's been suggested by Howard Williams in particular, there was co-mingling of remains, and possibly animal remains were put in there. And somehow this was deliberate and was some kind of ritual of transformation, an almost shamanistic mix, which I think was one of the reasons why the Christians outlawed it or didn't want people to do it anymore, because there's all this sort of occult stuff associated with it. Grave goods, no weapons, unlike burials. Jewellery, yes. Personal effects, combs and tweezers, miniatures, and there's some uncertainty whether these were actually burnt with the body or added afterwards to the urn. Right, So now we'll look at the urn in front of you. So you can see, and I'll show you a picture, there's an array of decorations on it, incised lines, die stamps, dots. Maybe these were relevant to the identity of the dead. I don't know what they mean. There was a chronological and cultural variation. Quite commonly, you get these projecting bosses sticking out, colour. Most interesting thing is that they were quite often broken and repaired. Whether this was accidental damage or deliberate and symbolic reuse, I don't know, but it's relevant to the findings. Right, there you are. That's it. And you can see that this one, the curator has very elegantly turned it round so you can't see the broken bit in front of you, but if you come round later, you'll see it's broken at the back, and there it is up on the picture there, and you can see some bone and ash debris inside, and you can see some of these decorations I was referring to. Right, now, when this urn made its way into the collection, there was a separate little collection of bones which are not inside the urn. To the best of my knowledge, what's inside the urn has never been disturbed since it's been in the Society's collection. But some other bits came with it, and these are some of the other bits. So fortunately, this is in my field, so I can tell you that on the right-hand side, it's almost certainly a piece of skull. And on the lower left, you've got some long bones, and the extreme left does look, it's been cut, doesn't it? So they've obviously chopped some bits up and selected some bits. Right, so here's the urn. It's about to go into the CT scanner. So we're going to slide in. I think those officers of the Society who came to watch it at this point had a lot of trepidation. I think they thought it was either going to burst into flames when it went inside or somehow disappear in a puff of smoke. But just to reassure you and forestall any questions, as far as we know, X-rays do not damage this sort of artifact, and people have even done work on bone DNA before and after putting in a CT scanner, and it doesn't damage the DNA. You can still extract it. However, I don't recommend you put it in too many times. So it went in. So this is a 2D cross-sectional image. Those three planes I told you about, first of all. So you can see face on, cross-sectional, and from the side. The one on the side I've tipped just so you understand it's from the side. What can you see? Well, you can see the pot easily. You can see in the pot there's a mixture of stuff. There's a grayscale image, there's white bits, which must be quite dense, radiologically speaking, and grey bits, which are less so, and then there's the pot itself. So we've got lots of things we can do with this. We've got measurement tools. So I can measure anything you like in the pot to 2 decimal points. So this pot is 22.52 centimetres tall from base to opening. And that dense thing on the top right there, which you'll all be looking at with some interest, justifiably so, the diameter of that is 4.75. The difference between these two images is I've varied the energy of the X-rays used to make up the image. So on your left-hand side, we've got some relatively weak X-rays. So on the right-hand side, I've got rid of all those weak X-rays. I'm only using high-energy X-rays. These high-energy X-rays are gone straight through the ash, giving you that black. All right? The things which are more dense, radiologically speaking, are now grey or white. So everything on the right-hand side is either metal or dense bone. We've lost the ash. We get different pictures depending on how we vary the energy of the X-rays. The other thing we can do is we can make 3D models of these, 3D images. They're not photographs. They might look like photographs to you, but they're composed entirely of the X-rays. And we can colour them. The program usually comes with different colouring options. All it does is it assigns a colour to a particular grayscale. You can have what you like. I quite like blue and green, so I thought I'd do a blue and green one there. So that's up there. And then on the right-hand side, we can have terracotta and ochre, whatever you want to call it. Actually, in the machine, this is labelled as muscle and bone. So when we actually do a 3D picture of a skeleton or something, we do try and colour it so it looks like it ought to. But you can do whatever you want. The great advantage of this, apart from the aesthetics, is that you can see how it makes things of different densities stand out clearer. So if you look at the two on the right, you can quite easily see where some repairs have been done, which is rather more difficult to see with your eye, or indeed with a sort of grayscale image over there. Now we're going to have a go at this. So we can make these images, we can make a movie, we can tip it around, have a look at inside it, we make a movie of it. We can see it again if I press the wrong button. Right. I can turn it upside down without spilling the contents, of course. So I can turn it upside down. We can have a look at the bottom and see if there's a maker's mark. No maker's mark, but you get the idea. You can take this thing, you can rotate it around, look at it from any direction you want to. But what you're really interested in, of course, is what's inside, aren't you? So this is a concept called virtual excavation. And this is a series of images where I've used different energy X-rays for each image, and I've stitched them together to make a movie. We're going to start off using low energy X-rays. So it's a bit slow to start, but look at the repairs on the top lip to start with. And things are slowly going to disappear as I use higher and higher energy X-rays to make up the image. It tells you that repair was done with different material from the original pot, of course. I got a bit fed up when I was doing 150 images, so we'll speed up in a minute. But if this was a block of earth and you had metal inside it, and you didn't want to excavate the metal, then I remove the earth for you. There we go. And now we're getting more and more radiologically dense things, and things will start to jump out at you after a while. You see a nice nail bottom right, and you can see a circular thing mid-right, like our bracelet. And then there's a pin above it, which might be from the fixing pin for it. There's other little bits of metal in there as well. Right, let's spin it round, have a look at it. Magnify it a bit. Flip over there, have a look at that nail. Do a close-up. Now, the quality of the close-ups with this is not very good on medical CT scanners. If you get a micro CT scanner, which has the ones I was talking to about engine turbine blades, these have energies which are probably 3 or 4 times the medical scanner, and we don't have those because we put someone in it, we kill them probably. But these give you much better quality images, particularly on any problem with them is they're quite small, hence the name micro CT scanners. We couldn't get an Egyptian mummy inside one, but we could get like a spearhead or something like that. If you want a really good picture, then you can go for micro CT scanners. I don't want to do that again, sorry. Right, so the next thing is, well, why don't we just cut it in half? Okay, so I'm just going to cut it in half. They got a bit upset when I said I was going to cut it in half, but there's my cut line. So I'm going to just go chop, there it is, chop. And then of course, if we want to look at it, we just rotate it. So I can cut the thing in half and then we can see the contents in another way. And there's another third way of doing it as well, which is basically using 2 sets of X-rays, which we superimpose on each other. So we've got low energy X-rays to make the pot and high energy X-rays to pick up the high density things like the metal. And I've coloured them white and pink so you can see them. So there are all the metal bits and you can see exactly where they are located inside the pot should you wish to retrieve them. And there's some pictures of Anglo-Saxon brooches up against our CT image, and they look pretty good, don't they? So yes, the answer to the question is yes. There is a metal brooch in the urn. If I had a micro CT scan, I probably would be able to pick up whether or not they had these incised decorations on it or not. So there we are. So the conclusion is, yes, thank you for the question. There is a metal brooch in the urn, together with other metal fragments, including a nail, which you saw, and possibly some studs from a comb. Combs were quite commonly put in these cremation urns. The urn's been repaired at some stage, or some stages. By whom, we don't know. The urn does not contain an entire skeleton, I can tell you that for certain, as consistent with what we said earlier on. And the urn was indeed appropriate for CT scanning because of the density of the material. So, thank you very much. I just need to acknowledge the Portland Hospital, who've been kind enough to let me use their scanner on numerous occasions without charging us. It would probably cost you between £800 and £1,000 to get this done commercially. And the Society of Antiquaries for entrusting the urn to me for an afternoon. And I hope you have some idea of how CT scanning might help in archaeology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. That's a splendid example, piece of really focused work showing the different dynamics, if I could put it that way, of the way that applying different techniques to things in our collection can work. So that a really, really nice, perfectly focused example. We're going to have some time for question and discussion later on, but I think we're going to roll that out with Roe's presentation at the end. Our second presentation this afternoon is from another of our fellows, Dr. Anne Benson. Anne is a writer and a lecturer on garden and architectural history, specialising in the Tudor and Stuart periods. She's published a wide range of research-based history and books and articles in this field. She's currently Beaufort Fellow at St John's College, Cambridge. Good place to be, where she's pursuing a Leverhulme-funded project on the university's colleges. So welcome, Anne.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me clearly at the back? Okay. As you've just heard, my research focuses on the history of gardens and houses from the Tudor and Stuart periods. And if you think there can't be many Tudor and Stuart gardens still in existence, you would be right. And therein lies the challenge for researching them. I can use geophysics, that's a type of archaeology, to try and discover buried garden walls, pathways, plinths of sundials and statues, but there's a whole host of other evidence that I would seek to access. Paintings would seem to be an obvious source, but during the period of my interest, paintings tended to focus on religious themes and portraits of people, not landscapes. But just occasionally, they give glimpses of gardens in their backgrounds, as seen here in this painting of Thomas More's garden at Chelsea. And just get my laser in action. As you can see here in the background, there's evidence of his garden at Chelsea. By and large, it typically Tudor, very inward looking, walled around, and then a hedging material tracing out geometric shapes. I'd also look for maps and plans of houses and their estates and information from head gardener's work, diaries, and financial accounts, although those tend to be held by individual estates in their archives. So you see why my field is multidisciplinary in its nature, and it requires exploration of an eclectic body of evidence, which is why the Society of Antiquaries is so very useful for me. From this morning, you know the Society holds prints, paintings, manuscripts, research journals, books and artifacts of numerous kinds, and much more. I'm going to give you just 2 examples of my research and how the Society's collections have been of assistance to me, as indeed I hope in the future they will be to you. So when I first gained the funding from Leverhulme to explore the history of the gardens of Cambridge colleges founded in medieval and Tudor times, I can still remember I came the very next day, knowing that I got the money to do it now, to see what the Society of Antiquaries holds that would be useful to me. And what came up in my searches was the Harley collection. You heard about this morning. It's a collection of prints and drawings, and there's an item out, plan of Cambridge, which is contained in volume 7 of that collection, and it's out at the front. Some of you may have looked at it already. So here's David Logan's plan, not a map, actually north is to the right here, of Cambridge as it appeared in 1688, and it's wonderfully detailed. The windy line here is the River Cam, from which Cambridge takes its name. And then these black areas, dark areas, are the 16 colleges that existed at this time. After the last one was established in the Tudor period, there's then a 200-year gap before any more colleges are founded. So it's a neat group of 16 colleges to research. At the bottom, very useful, is a table of what's on the map, plan rather, showing the location of all of the colleges. And immediately found that these colleges have really extensive areas of land given over to gardens. Not only that, but I've put B wherever there's a bowling green. Not much studying going on here by the sign of each college having its own bowling green and some of them having tennis courts as well. And if you know about the area of the backs at Cambridge, we are looking at it here. The name comes from literally these colleges, and there's 6 of them, fronting the high street. At their back, they have gardens, hence backs. But these gardens also stretch out across the River Cam and blend into the common fields that wrapped all the way around, even Tudor and early Stuart Cambridge, only later developed in the 19th century when these colleges were right in the position to grab some of this land. Another reason why Cambridge colleges in the city centre have much bigger gardens than those in Oxford. Also in this volume, conveniently, is a town plan of Oxford. So I was able to flit back and forth between Cambridge and Oxford, look for similarities and differences, and immediately discovered only 3 bowling greens in Oxford colleges at this time. Does that mean that they did an awful lot more studying? I don't know. But the whole of Oxford, much denser in the packing of the medieval streets, not much scope for colleges in the centre to acquire land and create extensive gardens. So this is my screenshot of looking through the library catalogue. What books does the society hold? And it immediately came up with what I was later to find are 2 key works on the architectural history of Cambridge colleges, Willis and Clark, and 4 volumes. So this is what you get. You're told that it's a book, you're told where it is, how many volumes, and more importantly, if it's available or not. And when I looked into these, it didn't just contain the engraving that you've seen in the Harley collection, also included Logan's later engravings of the individual colleges, wonderfully detailed, showing the buildings and the gardens in all their details with sundials and garden buildings. So I could sit there with these volumes out upstairs in the library and look for similarities and differences. Here's one example of such a college, Trinity, where the high street runs along the bottom of the screen here. North is still to the right. And the main entrance here into Great Court with its fountain. And then these rooms here of the college were largely occupied, as I found out later, by fellows. And if you look at the design of the gardens, a typically Stuart arrangement, except for this one, where it looks more like a modern experimental garden, where you'd have a single plant in a little square of earth, and you could alter the conditions for it and perhaps see how they altered the growth. I found out that this garden was actually the one used by Sir Isaac Newton, who was a fellow, spent a great deal of time at Trinity, and he had rooms here where in his day there was a staircase where he could enter it and gain immediate access down the steps to this garden area. I'm sure you know about his mathematics work, his optics work, and of course, discovering gravity. That's what you're not aware of, is that he did chemical experiments. And the archaeology shows that he set up a furnace against the chapel walls and was doing experiments in crucibles with heavy metals, using this side of the chapel, the ground between the chapel and the high street, as a dumping ground for heavy metals. One theory about Newton becoming quite eccentric in later life is that he suffered from mercury poisoning. No wonder if he was doing work on heavy metals. The fourth volume is particularly useful in that it contained ground plans of the college sites and also a plan of Cambridge before the foundations of colleges, which immediately drew my attention to the fact we've got before the foundation, so this is before Peterhouse in the 13th century was established, got several religious houses, Augustinians, Benedictines, Dominicans, Franciscans, and Carmelites. And this is done in late Victorian times, so north is to the top. And by adjusting for scale, I could overlay this with Logan's plan and discover, well, who grabbed what at dissolution? Now, when all of these religious houses were closed, which colleges were near that could actually grab some of this land, and which ones were formed as a result of dissolution? Here's one of them. This is the plot of Sydney, Sussex, as it would become, the Franciscans' abode at the time from an earlier plan, 1592. On dissolution, Henry VIII then plundered it for its stone so he could build his own college, founded then, called Trinity, you've seen. And a few years later, Lady Frances Sidney, as aristocratic ladies did in the late medieval and Tudor times, established this college, Sydney, Sussex, with, on this side, the Fellows' Garden with its bowling green, and then an ornamental garden, which contains a sundial. And as I later found out, all of this ornamental planting around the stone sundial that looks familiar to us, this planting was actually part of the mechanism for telling the time. All sorts of weird and wonderful sundials emerged along the research path. And it occurred to me I ought to look at society's books on monasteries and dissolution. I tell you now, the society holds a huge number of items on churches and religious houses in general. So if that's your area of research, you found gold here. And then, of course, research progressed to the archives of the individual colleges themselves. It's now come to an end, and I'm starting to publish. What I want to show you next is some research that is very much ongoing. It's coming to a head. Rams Hill, Hampshire, shown here. It's a Tudor mansion in remarkably good preservation, actually. I'm interested in the architecture and the designed landscape around it and how that's changed in time. But in particular, I'm interested in one room on the first floor of this house. The whole room is covered with paneling, and on the paneling, there are botanical paintings. And I'm interested to know when they were done and by whom. Here's an example of some of that paneling. As you can see, very precisely painted images of plants, and it goes all the way around the room. This has obviously been blocked at some time so that you can't get from one room to another. This series of rooms on the first floor were used as bedrooms. In the day when there was no privacy, you just walk through one to the other. At a later date, a corridor was built to give individual access. This then being blocked, you can see there's another area of paneling being blocked there. And as we go around the room, it just carries on. So I still remember walking into this room and just being amazed at, it was like walking into a book of images of plants. There are in excess of 300 panels. Each panel shows a different image. Maybe the same plant, but it's a different view of the plant. And different shades of green, No roots are ever shown, just 2 brush strokes at the bottom. So this isn't an image taken directly from a herbal. A herbal is a book that is all about identifying plants accurately. So within a herbal's image, you'd have, yes, the flowers, the leaves, the roots. You'd also have any seeds that would be produced or any fruit. So that if you were looking for the plant to produce a medicine from, apothecary, a monk perhaps, all important to get the right plant, otherwise you kill your patient. These don't look like herbal paintings at all. More like a sort of image that you get in what's called a florilegium, sort of pretty books of flowers. Some animals are shown. Here we've got a bird pecking away at a fig. Here's a snail curled up in a pear tree. I've just enlarged it so you can see the markings on it. And then some sort of flying insect about to land on an artichoke. I think it's a damselfly, but I would really like you to come up to me at the end and tell me what you think it might be, because it's resisting identification. And the same sort of insect is here, lounging on a fig leaf. If I enlarge it, you can see it's quite whimsical, certainly not a herbal painting. Some of the panels are upside down. Look at this door. The top 4 are upside down, whereas the bottom 4 are the right way up for the plant. And there's a join. So this door's been cobbled together from panels. Here, right way up, wrong way up, cobbled together because there's a join there, and there's similarly down here. A whole door in this room has its images upside down. Some of the images are starting to look black, some more than others. And several look as if they're scratched. For example, here. What's that about? Well, I turned to society, and the obvious source to begin with would be the magazine Country Life, founded in 1897, and the society holds almost a complete run of that magazine. It's still produced today, but sadly, most of it is filled with advertisements for expensive things like jewelry and watches and very expensive houses. It still has articles about architecture and furnishings, but if you're into social history and you want a commentary on society's values, turn to Country Life. They're now available online. If you're inside the society here, you can access the full run and look at individual pages from the different issues. This one's from 1899. So I look for articles on Bram's Hill. And in this one, 1985 issue, it refers to the room, and I call it my room now, the White Room, and the corridor that ran alongside to give access to it, the White Corridor. Today, it's called the Green Room. So books on Bram's Hill. I needed to get up to speed with the ownership history and know how wealthy and how that wealth had changed across the centuries. And 2 books came up. The bottom one, Bram's Hill, Its History and Architecture, by Sir William Cope, who was a famous antiquarian. So I thought I struck gold here. This will be really detailed. Inside, he shows a plan of the first floor, and that star marks my room that I put there. He doesn't mention the botanical paintings. He calls this room the White Room. So why not mention them? Was he not aware of them? Were they perhaps painted over white? And that's why I didn't know about them. It seems incredible to me that an antiquarian of his standing didn't know about these paintings. That's his book on the left. The other book that came up in the library search is this one, Bram's Hill, being the memoirs of Joan Penelope Cope. I found out from the Country Life articles that she's a member of the last family to occupy Bram's Hill. The Cope family owned it from 1700 through to the 1930s. She clearly loved living there because in this memoir, written when she was just 11 years old, is an account of her life with her brothers where they played, but she also describes some of the rooms in Bram's Hill. And here's the floor plan of the first floor, and she calls the room that interests me the Rose Room. not the white room. And within the text of her book, there's this section, which was a golden moment for me, because if I read it out loud, the rose room, with its wonderful rare painted deal walls of dark pinky mauve, adorned with various wild plants, of which there is not two repeated in green. Like all these bedrooms, when my mother married, that was the 1920s, they were painted by some vandal Victorian hand with white enamel. In this room, she had scraped off 20 coats and so discovered this exquisite panelling, unicorn rare, of which there are only a few fragments in the British Museum. There aren't fragments of the panelling. What she means is there are similar paintings. So the coating these images were scraped off in the 1930s. It sounds as if they were coated with white enamel then. So no wonder William Cope, the antiquarian, wasn't aware of them. More importantly, because of his antiquarian interests, he didn't seem to be aware that the paintings existed at all. So when was the white paint put on? Penelope says a Victorian hand. I suspect it was way before then. Otherwise, he was born in 1811. He would have known what had happened in the previous generation. There's his plan. In a Country Life edition, going through those again here, I found an even earlier floor plan, 1763. That's not long after the Cope family bought Bramshill and started to alter it. The accounts show that they changed most of the panelling inside the house during the early 18th century. There's the room again. Yes, it's very close to the staterooms here, because it was visited by James I twice and Charles I on several occasions. There's the long gallery. Come out of it into a small passage, and then you can get direct access to this room with a closet there and a closet there. No corridor at this point. That's why the rooms all interconnect on the window wall. This room is very close to the state rooms, and there is a little staircase here. If you know anything about architecture of late medieval Tudor and Stuart houses, this is actually signalling to me this is where the king would sleep. And if he wanted to get downstairs quickly to the state room, there's his staircase. This would be reserved, this long gallery would be reserved for the king or the sovereign in general when they visited Bramshill. So this is a suite of rooms for royalty. Is this the bedroom? What do I know so far? Panelling is from the 17th century. Several architectural historians, besides myself, have validated that. The panelling looks to have come from somewhere else, in places fitted not very skillfully. The style of the painting is 17th century, and the paint analysis shows that copper resonate is the green pigment that's being used, and that, yes, it's been painted over several times in some places. This pigment went out of common use in the 17th century. This is the room when it was used as an office, when the whole of Bramshill was used as a police training college, and staff were reported to have complained, feeling ill if they worked in this room, and it immediately sent out concern that the pigments contain copper arsenate that reacts with the atmosphere to form a gas that is poisonous, contains arsenic. Paint analysis shows there's none of that in the pigments. It is just copper resonate. Copper resonate was particularly used in the 15th to 17th centuries. It's made out of copper carbonate, which is green pigment, but it's mixed with vinegar, ethanoic acid, and then it forms this compound. The whole point of doing that, and not just using verdigris, the copper carbonate, is that it slows down the oxidation of the copper. So when it oxidizes, it forms copper oxide, which is black, which is why some of the panels are turning black now. Having been exposed in the 1930s, 100 years, it's starting to deteriorate. Very little written about Bramshill. There is one book that says these images were done for Lord Zouch, the builder of Jacobean Bramshill. Here he is. He was a diplomat brought up with William Cecil. He was a top aristocrat, and from his diplomatic missions travelled widely. Because he was interested in early botany and knew several early botanists in the 17th century, he used his travels to collect plants and seeds. So interested was he in early botany, he created a physic garden at Hackney, where he had the famous early botanist Matthias Lebel as his gardener there. So it's been assumed, first assumption, and then just repeated throughout, that it's Matthias Lebel's work that's on these walls as those botanical paintings. Well, there's Matthias Lebel. There's his key work. He did drawings, which then he'd pass on to a woodcutter who would turn them into wood blocks so that it could be printed to produce lots of volumes. There's a page out of his most famous work here, and it's a typical herbal. That's what he produced, herbals. There are the roots, the flowers, the leaves, the seeds, the fruit. I spent hours 2 doors down from here in the Linnaean Society, which is still on Burlington Square, comparing his images in all of his volumes with the images in the green room. They're not his work. So this often happens, and beware of it when you do your own research. Somebody makes a statement, unevidenced, not evidenced at all, and then other people just repeat it. It's not Matthias Lebel's work, nor is it that of Clusius. That's another person that's been put up, comparing his work, not his either. The closest similarity I can get is with a volume called The Trasascant's Orchard, produced in the 17th century for the botanist and nurseryman John Trasascant the Elder. And I say it's closest because there are no roots. Fruiting bodies are shown, as in the green room. But look at the insect here. It's similar to the one in the green room. It's got the same 3 legs showing, antennae and a squishy body. Again, I'm open to identification on this one. And look at the snail shell. The marks on it, very similar. And when on another panel, you've got the snail coming out of its shell, it's similarly drawn. And then a new door has opened on this research, largely due to someone associated with the society, an archaeologist, who's done work on Hanwell Castle. There's much to be gained by getting to know people who are fellows here or associated with the society and sharing research between us. That's why it's so good to come to the events that are held here. You never know who you might meet. Right, this is Sir Anthony Cope of Hanwell Castle and his younger brother, Sir John. As children, they shared interests in mathematics, optical instruments, and botany, collecting all sorts of interesting things, stones and fossils, collectively known as a cabinet of curiosities, although these two were rich enough that they didn't need a cabinet as such. They could fill rooms with these curiosities. They got on very well as young boys, but in adulthood, they fell out because the younger brother, John, married beneath him. And the older brother, Anthony, disinherited him, saying he could no longer live at Hanwell and would not be able to let his son either live at Hanwell. So knowing that he'd been disinherited, younger brother John went up to Hanwell Castle and destroyed Anthony's scientific garden in the grounds at the castle. And because he was able to lay waste, that technically means he could go into the castle and take what he wanted. I'm wondering whether he took panelling from there. And then because his son wouldn't be able to live at Hanwell Castle either, he gave his son, also called John, enough money so he could buy a stately home somewhere. And he bought Bramshill in 1700. Moved in there, and as I've said, the Cope family have lived there until the 1930s. Hanwell Castle itself went into decline. So the main ancestral family seat did in fact become Bramshill. And then Father John, in his will, leaves all of his books and those from Anthony, from Hanwell Castle that he'd been bequeathed, And all of the cabinet of curiosities from both Anthony and himself, he leaves to his son, John. And I'm just going to transcribe this part of the will so you can see why this is a new avenue of exploration for me. He gives to his said oldest son, Sir John Cope, the immediate possession after my death of all my books and mathematical instruments, optic glasses, marking tools, and other such like things in my study lumber room, Forge House. Wasn't living at Hanwell Castle, he'd been banned. And elsewhere about the house by me, commonly called lumber or gimcracks, cabinet of curiosities. And I do advise him, and this was the point that jumped out to me, to appropriate a room or two upon the first floor of his house, that's Bramshill, for a repository, to keep them in for a diversion sometimes, as they were to me in my younger days, to keep him from idleness or being many times worse employed, as some of my predecessors have been, while I have diverted myself with these or such like trifles, and much more to the satisfaction and health both of body and mind, and the increase of my estate. A room or two in the first floor of his house for a repository. Well, the green room is on the first floor. In his day, it connected to 2 closets, very conveniently placed next to the long gallery. So I'm left wondering, did the panelling, was that taken from Hanwell Castle? And was all of these gimcracks, it's called here, from his father and indirectly from Sir Anthony? Did son John decide to use the room that I've been researching, as it's on the first floor and it's got access to these closets to put some of these gimcracks in? And what wonderful setting it would be for such cabinet of curiosity items if you're actually surrounded by the curiosity of all these different plants. My research is ongoing. I hope the Society's collections are as helpful to you as they have been to me in kickstarting my research. Thank you for listening.
A fine example of the way in which detective work moves from one phase to another, drawing on all kinds of different skills and sources of evidence to provide new ways of looking at familiar buildings and so forth. So thank you so much for that. Our third contributor this afternoon is Lucy Lott, who's a PhD candidate at the University of St Andrews. She did her first degree at the University of St Andrews, an MA at Courtauld Institute of Art, and recently completed her MPhil at Cambridge. She is doing her PhD research on the relationship between childhood and sanctity in medieval England, and how this expressed visually was expressed visually between the 12th and 14th century. So very much welcome to you.
I'm just gonna get. Give me a moment while I get set up here. Rearrange some things. Okay. Right. So when the Royal Chapel of St. Stephen's in Westminster was given its collegiate status on the 6th of August, 1348, Edward III and Philippa Hino had lost at least 4 of their children. While the date was not significant, neither will the liturgical or the political calendar, it does come just weeks after the tragic passing of 2 of those children. The Infante, Prince William of Windsor, and 12-year-old Princess Joan. The former passed away in infancy, while the latter was an early English victim of the Black Death, who died en route to Spain for her wedding. During the redecoration of the chapel under Edward III, which occurred from 1355 to 1363, every available space was filled with imagery of saints and martyrs, culminating in a sophisticated portrayal of Edward and Philippa surrounded by their children on either side of the altar. On the far boundaries of each composition, smaller figurations of a male and female child have been raised on elevated platforms, fallen to their knees with their hands clasped in prayer. Although previous scholarship has noted the emotional impact the loss of their children had on Edward and Philippa, the possibility that these feelings of parental loss, grief, and anxiety may have been reflected in the 1355 to 63 decorative program of the chapel has not yet been explored. The known iconography of the St. Stephen's Chapel wall paintings recorded by antiquarians before the destruction take on a deeper resonance when viewed in the aftermath of these losses. Most of these antiquarian records are held here in the collection of the Royal Society. Without these incredible resources, my research for this would not have been possible. This presentation will explore how the feelings of parental affection and grief have been encoded, if you will, into the wall paintings of St. Stephen's Chapel. When understood through a possible interpretation of grief, the paintings of Edward III's children form a sophisticated representation of parental feeling that may go far beyond the traditional donor portrait umbrella that they are typically placed under. These images offer glimpses into the fears and anxieties of medieval parenthood in the wake of the plague. Emotions surrounding loss and grief are naughty and multifaceted. We might therefore expect their translation into pictorial representations to be similarly complex. The unusual treatment of these figures raises a key question. Are these generic images of families and children, or do these images act as a more personal reflection of parenthood than previously considered? So first, we will look at the images of martyrdom in the wider scheme of St. Stephen's Chapel within the context of grief. We're going to be using Edward's letters to the Castilian royal family to contextualize how he and his family may have experienced loss. We'll consider that these images may have been produced directly because of the family's devastating losses due to the plague. Next, we'll expand upon the possibility that the outlying female figure does in fact represent Joan. Central to this will be an Exchequer issue roll, a document that has not yet seen sustained scholarly attention. It states that Joan's clothes were turned into liturgical garb and donated to the chapel by Edward, a striking record which supports the proposed identification of the small female figure as Joan. Previous scholarship has suggested that the matching outlying smaller male figure is William, who also died that summer. While I do agree with this stance, it would benefit from a sustained scholarly investigation, which was out with the scope of my particular dissertation. Together, these areas of investigation will allow for the artistic program of St. Stephen's Chapel to be understood within a unique and personal lens. On the 15th of September at the Palace of Westminster, Edward III wrote 3 letters to the royal family of Castile regarding the death of Joan, who Edward stated that he and her mother, loved most of all. Speaking for himself and Queen Philippa, Edward addressed Alfonso the King, his son Peter Infante, to whom Joan was betrothed, and the most serene Queen Maria of Portugal. Here's the letter. We are sure that your magnificence knows how, after much complicated negotiation about the intended marriage of the renowned Prince Pedro, your eldest son, and our most beloved daughter Joan, which was designed to nurture perpetual peace and create to create a union between our royal houses, we have sent our said daughter to Bordeaux en route to your territories in Spain. But see, with what intense bitterness of the heart we have to tell you this, destructive death has lamentably snatched from both of us our dearest daughter, whom we loved best of all, as her virtues demanded. No fellow human being could be surprised if we are inwardly desolated by the sting of this bitter grief, for we are humans too. But we, who have placed our trust in God and our life between his hands, where he has held it so closely through many great dangers, we give thanks to him that one of our own family, free from all stain, whom we have loved with our life, has been sent ahead to heaven to reign among the choirs of virgins, where she can gladly intercede for our offenses before God himself. Here, Edward embraces his and his wife's immense pain as a socially acceptable act of vulnerability. By recognizing the intensity of their emotion, how it falls on the extreme end of human suffering while still maintaining adherence to social norms. Edward's letter establishes how their sorrow may have been recognized and publicly acknowledged within his social circles. There exists in these letters a stoic affirmation that demonstrates the strength of their faith in God while highlighting the joy they feel knowing that Joan is free from the worldly pain the living must endure. Edward writes, "Yet we devoutly thank God, who owes her to us and has absolved her, that she, pure and immaculate in her innocent years, rescued her from the deceitful miseries of this world." Edward demonstrates the medieval Christian tendency to intertwine joy and pain, and how both emotions may belong in the mourning process. It is possible that St. Stephen's transformation into a collegiate chapel came as a result of this mourning process. The foundation date of the collegiate chapel has been a source of scholarly contention. As I previously said, the 6th of August is not a significant date in the medieval English calendar, and the choice to re-establish St. Stephen's as a collegiate chapel on this day has no immediate explanation. It may have had some form of significance to the family, however. The children were given their own household 8 years prior on the 6th of August, 1340. Despite some confusion from historians on the date of Joan's death, the Exchequer accounts reveal that she had passed by the 1st of July, with her newborn brother William dying the same month. The wardrobe accounts demonstrate that each rite of passage experienced by Edward's family was marked by public spectacle, whether those rites be births or funerals. This is not to say that these displays were unusual in a royal context, but that St. Stephen's may be viewed as a part of this context. The tragic deaths of Joan and William may thus be seen as a possible catalyst for the foundation of St. Stephen's and St. George's Chapel in Windsor. The patronization of religious houses as a result of tragedy would not have been an unusual course of action for Edward, and he would later establish an abbey of St. Mary Graces on the site of a plague pit. Historically, political motives have been the favored explanation for the chapel's foundation. Whilst both chapels' founding charters do incorporate the language of warfare and invoke prayers as tools of political victory, they also have been set up as chapels to directly benefit the eternal memory of the family, an especially pressing need in the aftermath of loss. The letter patent for the foundation of St. Stephen's breaks traditional conventional phrasing of foundation letters by calling upon Mary as, quote, "our better mother," to protect Edward's children, as she has protected them from, quote, "various danger in the past." The rest of the letter is focused on remembering the glory of their ancestors and ensuring continued prayers for the children, even after their deaths. This focus on the memory of Edward's children may reflect the desire to maintain prayers for their souls, a prospect that must have seemed especially important after the losses of Joan and William. To add further distress, receipts demonstrate an attempt to recover Joan's body, but ultimately this seemed to be impossible. As her body could not be recovered from France, it may have felt even more important for the family to still be able to commemorate their most beloved daughter in some way back in England. The discomfort caused by the absence of Joan's body would have been exaggerated by the emphasis medieval society placed on the geographical location of one's burial, where they tended to favor dynastic locations near family. The personal connection the family had to the chapel is heightened by the depiction of Edward in the St. Stephen's portrait, where he is pictured physically interacting with St. George as though he were a peer. The figures' faces have been rendered with a delicate naturalism, with each son sporting different mustaches. Their eyes are sparkling with interest as they look upward. On the female side of the paintings, the women are the same size as the Holy Family as well, in the Adoration of the Shepherd sequence. Like St. George with Edward, the women have been placed within a space where they have been made visually equal. By doing this, the painting relates the family's experience as parents to the Holy Family within a sequence that serves to foreshadow the greatest pain a parent could endure, the loss of a child. This brings us to the unusual depiction of Joseph aiding in the swaddling of the Christ child in the nativity imagery, of which, as far as my supervisors and I know, there is no known English comparison. While this is a rare, very rare image, deserving of more attention than we have time for, it would be amiss to not explore it briefly. The Virgin and Joseph tenderly wrap the newborn Christ child in swaddling clothes amidst the adoration of the shepherds. Mary leans away from her bed, her hair falling loose to the middle of her back, and supports Jesus in her hands. Joseph, using his left hand to raise himself from his chair in an apparent emphasis of his greater age, moves forward towards them to wrap the infant in long sheets of swaddling cloth that falls into Mary's lap in excess. Edward's and Philippa's families existing on the same pictorial plane as these holy figures, even being made a similar size to St. George and Mary and Joseph and Jesus. As the Exchequer accounts state that some of the clothes were presented to the chapel's altars for both storage and use, which we will examine in a moment. Edward and his family would have seen the image of a father clothing his child juxtaposed with his daughter's actual clothing in the same space, and this invites a closer reflection upon the possible shared experience that they felt with the Holy Family as parents. Whilst the Nativity was a joyous event to be celebrated, it too was not without sorrow. The salvation of man was made possible by the parental sacrifice of both God the Father and Mary, Mother of God. The gifts given during the adoration, namely frankincense and myrrh, were used in the embalming process and indicated what was to come, the Passion. The 14th century saw a resurgence of interest in the personal life of Christ, and with it came increased empathy for his suffering, as well as Mary's struggles as a new mother. Poetry relates the screeching of the infant Christ child to the pain he would later endure as he shouldered the sins of man. While interest in the humanity of Christ and Mary began to grow throughout the 13th and 14th centuries, the unusual attention paid to the awareness of Christ's death beginning from his childhood appears to have been a particular interest after the Black Death. The next wave of pestilence, which occurred between 1360 to 62, was often even referred to as the children's plague, as children seemed to be especially susceptible. The feelings of helplessness, which stemmed from a deepened interest in the personal lives of the Virgin and Christ and the new versions of the Virgin's life, may have been particularly relatable in the wake of these events. John of Grimstone, a Franciscan monk writing in 1372, recorded a poem spoken from the Virgin's perspective that acted at once as a lullaby and a lamentation. Lulay, little child, rest thee a throw, from one high hither art thou sent, with us to dwell low. Poor and little art thou made, unrecognized and unknown, pain and woe to suffer here, for a crime that was not thine own. By juxtaposing language such as poor and little with pain and woe, the poem reflects the trepidation felt by Mary and the knowledge that her infant would one day die. A similar discomfort may have been felt among contemporary audiences when viewing these nativity scenes, as the joy experienced by Mary and Joseph foreshadows their eventual sorrow. The poem also highlights the sadness and frustration of Christ's suffering for sins he did not commit, a crime that was not his own. Parents who lost children would have related to the sense of powerlessness presented by such textual and visual imagery, especially in the wake of the plague. High death rates for medieval children meant that medieval families of any status likely understood that they might one day lose their children at any time. For couples such as Edward and Philippa, who had already suffered this bereavement, this awareness clearly did not soften the bitter sting of their grief. Grief and mourning may have inspired the establishment of the collegiate chapel with a strong focus on the salvation of their children, and it may have also been embodied in the physical forms and subject matter of the paintings within the chapel. In Edward's letter to the Castilian royal family, grief is described as something bodily, violent, and physically demanding. Edward describes how they feel grief as a piercing physical pain deep within their bowels. This bodily focus is echoed throughout the chapel. For example, subtle symbolism such as the pelican adorns the clothes of one of the priests at the presentation of the temple and is repeated elsewhere along the walls. The bird is typically drawn ripping at its own breast, its hungry chicks craning their thin necks upward to eat the flesh. No other priest's gowns have been given a similar animal pattern in this scene, and as scenes of Christ's childhood naturally point towards the Passion, the pelican symbol as an allegory of parental pain and sacrifice should not be overlooked in this context. An antiquarian drawing also demonstrates that there was once an image of Eustace burning in the golden bull along with his family. Perhaps the grandest display of grief made embodied into figuration is the story of Job. The physicality of grief described in Edward's letters are translated into the saint's body. He, having lost all that is dear to him, Job rests his head in his right hand, cradling himself. His eyes appear half open as though seeing through tears. Only feet away, a panel displays the death of his sons and daughters, the rafters falling upon their heads. As I've mentioned, the identity of the outlying female child in the family composition has been contested. However, evidence from within the family's own records, artistic patronage, as well as greater commemorative trends support the notion that the figure may in fact represent Joan. To contextualize this possibility, we must turn our attention back to one of Edward's letters sent to the royal family of Castile. The letter to King Alfonso that we read earlier is only one of 3, and the contents of each letter differ depending on who is the receiver. The message sent to Queen Maria of Portugal is particularly striking. It offers a deeper reflection on how Joan's loss has affected the family's personal religious beliefs. It is similar to the first letter, but there is a really important sentence towards the end. And if the law of nature leads us to continue such sorrows and groans, yet we still give devout thanks to Christ, the heavenly spouse, who has such a bride for himself, innocent and immaculate, free from all the filthiness of the flesh, we now believe more firmly in heaven and in the choir of virgins, for she herself joined the kingdom, where she would be able to intercede with him for our transgressions without ceasing. This letter is illuminating for many reasons. First, it further emphasizes how often medieval grief was intertwined with religious joy, clearly seen in the relief conveyed by Joan being spared the filthiness of the flesh in her death. Edward and Philippa strongly center themselves in the belief that Joan has wedded Christ in heaven as a replacement for the Infante Pedro on earth. Secondly, and most importantly, Edward clearly states his belief that Joan is acting on an intercessory basis for their family, receiving their prayers and relaying them to God without ceasing. The intercessory ability of the saints in prayer is well presented in the images of Edward and Philippa's family in the paintings by the altar, where they were joined by their favorite saints and martyrs. This brings us to the image of the female child I am identifying as Joan. Unlike the male side of the family, antiquarians were unable to find any identifying inscriptions for the female side, if they existed. Kneeling directly beneath the presentation at the temple, 4 crowned female figures clasp their hands in prayer and look upwards towards the Holy Family. They are dressed in striking blue gowns, flecked across the bodice with delicate gold stars, turning the dress into the mirror of a night sky and alluding to the star which would have guided both the shepherds and the Magi to the adoration. The gowns fit tightly about their waists in a display of the latest continental fashion. The hair has been styled up, revealing the sweeping, graceful lines of their bare necklines, with curls gently framing their faces. Their crowns vary by size, the furthermost left figure wearing the largest and Joan wearing no crown at all. As Edward's mother, Isabella, was alive at the time of the paintings were executed, it has been suggested that the female family line depicted begins with her larger crown representing her seniority and status. Next, we would have Philippa, 2 of Joan's living sisters, and finally Joan, on the side of the wall between the central scene and a doorway. She is situated at the far right of the composition, positioned slightly above and in between the rest of her family in the adoration. She occupies a raised pedestal-like platform. A window is directly in front of her, with a bar bisecting it, that is absent from the matching image of her brother, or indeed any other member of the family. Joan appears to be wearing similar clothing to her family, with her hair styled identically. However, her position above her sisters and brothers, and indeed even above her father, may signify her unique spiritual position found only in death. She looks upwards towards the Nativity, her gaze seemingly placed directly upon the Christ child and Mary, the latter looking downwards in her direction, which you can see here. Oh, no, never mind. They are closely situated nearest to the Holy Family. Joan's ability to intercede on behalf of her living family as the bride of Christ is made clear. Edward's belief in Joan's intercessory ability hinges upon the idea that to medieval believers, mortal trauma had a transformative effect. It imitates the suffering of saints and ultimately Christ, and the deceased gains a heightened spiritual status which allowed them to become advocates for the living. This seems to be especially true of young unmarried women who died very young, described by Edward as holy virgins, whose purity added an additional layer of religious importance. Furthermore, Edward's letters imply Joan's willingness to act on behalf of her family for eternity. The intercessory ability of the dead was often emphasized by the presence of their tombs and therefore their bodies, which were commonly the focal points of the liturgy that surrounded the dead. As medieval families placed great emphasis on being buried near family members, the inability to bury Joan themselves may have been distressing to Edward and Philippa. Prayers for the dead could be said in the absence of a body, but in the complete absence of an accessible tomb at all, the family may have wished to establish other ways of grounding Joan's presence using material focal points. Issue Roll 403-344 Membrane 32 provides a substantial evidence that attests to the desire to commemorate Joan and gives further basis to the identification of the figure as her. In October of 1349, Edward presented Joan's wedding dress to St. Stephen's in person, the luxurious fabric reworked into liturgical vestments. This inventory demonstrates that not only were the pieces recreated into hangings before and above the altars, indicating at least a semi-permanent presence as furnishings of the church, but there were also elements of liturgical garb intended to be worn by priests. Present in the donation are 3 albs, 2 stoles, 1 chasuble, and a tunic. It is likely that these items were kept inside the church, either in the closet described in fabric documents or near the figure of Joan. Antiquarian sources report a strange recess beneath the figure, as well as evidence of brackets hypothesized to hold something. By transforming Joan's unused wedding dresses into instruments of the church, her status as a holy virgin who traded her earthly fiancé for Christ as a bridegroom was enforced as often as the garments were used. The donation of Joan's refashioned articles of clothing support the identification of the figure as Joan, but how may we also be certain that it is a representation of a deceased individual and not the youngest Plantagenet princess, as others have suggested? It is striking that the 2 outlying child figures have been raised above to occupy a space between their family members and the scenes depicting the life of Christ. The proximity to the Holy Family suggests a unique relationship between the space they occupy and divinity itself, a liminal space representing the threshold between the world of the living, which they intercede on behalf of, and heaven. A further visual indicator of the heightened spiritual status gained through their deaths is in fact the raised platform upon which they kneel. In illuminated manuscripts, such as the Queen Mary Psalter, supposedly commissioned for Edward's mother Isabella, raised platforms have been used to signify figures of holy status. Deceased children who had been baptized were thought to possess similar advantageous spiritual positions due to the purity of their souls. This may have been referenced visually. John Page Phillips, an early scholar of children in medieval art, was the first to suggest that these pedestals were used exclusively to identify deceased children who died very young. When used for the commemoration of children, it also draws similarities between the presentation of Christ at the temple, where the Christ child is placed atop a small ornate altar, typically underneath a row of arches. Several examples of children in funerary art raised on pedestals exist from 14th century England, but there are 2 known examples of this phenomenon within Edward's own family, the first dating from 1311. When Edward's half-sister, Princess Eleanor, died at the age of 5 and was buried in Belleau Abbey in Hampshire, he commissioned a large monumental brass for her commemoration. The brass itself has been badly damaged, but signs of its former grandeur remain. The sheer size of it suggests the status of the young princess and the cost of the memorial. This, combined with the crown atop the canopy above the figure, demonstrate the importance of the young princess. Beneath her feet lies a small detail which may have been easily overlooked. The princess stands atop a very small, low bracket with an architectural base. This immediately elevates her visually and symbolically, highlighting her importance and idealization. As Edward III was a regular patron of the abbey and had well-documented devotion to the memory of his family members, he may have been aware of this iconographical trend. The second example within the family may be found on the brass of Thomas of Woodstock, Edward's youngest son, originally in St. Edmund's Chapel, Westminster Abbey. The brass has long since been lost, but it is known through 2 antiquarian accounts. The identities of the figures have been contested, but 2 figures of children are clearly shown standing atop brackets, where their adult companions, and indeed 2 other childlike figures, stand firmly upon the ground. The use of elevated surfaces to denote the deceased, whether it be represented through brackets or pedestals, signifies the elevated status of the individual soul. Another way the composition of Joan achieves this is by including a window. True, her family members are also positioned in front of windows. However, Joan's does not share the same complex glass patterns, and instead only features this small bar, bisecting the window, yet still allowing light to shine across her. The use of windows as a symbolic motif in medieval art is one that has received generally little attention. It was often used to symbolize the sacred realm of heaven, which mankind can access only through divine intervention. It is clear from even a cursory review of Marian imagery that it holds important meaning. In images of the Annunciation, for example, artists may choose to depict Mary standing near a barred window in an otherwise airy and bright room, the light of God shining upon her to symbolize her change in status to the Mother of God. The window is known as the window of Annunciation or Redemption, as through it Mary received the word of God. This appears as early as the 6th century. In the hymn Santa Maria by Venantius Furtanus, Bishop of Poitiers, he states that a heavenly window has been made through Mary, so sinners may enter the stars. In the faded 14th century wall paintings of Prior Crawdon's chapel in Ely in Cambridgeshire, Mary and Gabriel may still be seen clearly on either side of the large arched window, communicating between it. The light drifting through signifies the presence of the divine, and the windows act as a physical reminder of the incarnation. In the book of John, Christ speaks of the salvation to be found in his divine light and beckons his followers to trust in him as his children. Believe in the light, that you may be children of the light. While the window's light-granting properties immediately linked to salvation, as Jesus often self-identified with the light, is also a metaphor for sacred virginity. Medieval authors relate the inception to the windows, detailing how light is able to pass through the windows whilst keeping the glass intact. As Edward believed Joan to have joined the holy choir of virgins as the bridegroom of Christ, this idea may have had added significance for the family. A curious addition to these windows is the use of bars across the frame. Out of all of her family members, Joan's window is the only one that appears just to have a bar bisecting it, whereas her siblings' and parents' windows are full of stained glass. The inclusion of the single bar is visually striking enough to warrant biblical comparison, The barred window iconography invites a final biblical comparison popular in medieval imagery. Genesis 28:12 describes a vision experienced by Jacob, and he saw in his sleep a ladder standing upon the earth, and the top thereof touching heaven, the angels also of God ascending and descending by it. As iconography of both a window and a ladder may be interpreted as devices through which one may experience God or heaven, it is easy to see how they may have been combined into a singular image in art depicting Mary, the ultimate mediator between humans and God. Indeed, the Virgin herself has been known to be referred to as the ladder to heaven, in addition to being the window. By placing Joan directly in front of a barred window in the St. Stephen's Chapel wall painting, she is embodying the sentiments expressed by Edward in his letters to the Castilian royal family. She adopts a similar intercessory position as the Virgin. Beneath the Holy Family, Joan looks upwards towards them, existing somewhere between heaven and earth. Just to conclude, the St. Stephen's Chapel wall paintings have been long understood within a political context. While this has produced decades of invaluable research, this somewhat narrow focus has often ignored how the paintings may be evaluated through the lens of personal grief, especially in the aftermath of devastating loss. The paintings capture these feelings by incorporating specific iconography that show or foreshadow loss. By including donor images of themselves in the program, Edward and his family directly relate their own experiences as a family to the experiences of the saints depicted. The identification of the female figure as Joan has been supported through this careful consideration of surviving exchequer accounts that demonstrate a desire for her to be commemorated at the chapel. The reworking of her bridal clothing into liturgical garb and the inclusion of her figure directly reflected the sentiments expressed by Edward in political letters to her fiancé and his family. This small, remarkable image of Joan, and indeed her brother, offers a glimpse into how medieval children may have been memorialized outside of traditional funerary art. On the periphery of the scene, placed directly beneath her family, or between her family on earth and the Holy Family, the small female figure fulfilled the wish outlined by Edward III, at least until the chapel's destruction in 1834. Kneeling in front of a barred window, the figure looked upwards towards the Virgin, where she interceded for her family's sins before God himself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. A wonderful example of how something that we only know through antiquarian work can be given new life and reinterpreted through sort of contemporary art historical approaches. So thank you very much indeed. I'm now going to hand the microphone over to our Vice President, Professor Rowie Sweet, who's going to draw things together. Rowie is well known for publications on antiquarian history, Professor of History at the Centre for Urban History at the University of Leicester. Over to you, Rowie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you very much to everybody who's contributed. I mean, I've come into this event several times, and each time I've either got a very short memory, which is more than likely, but I am reminded or learn about material that I had completely forgotten that the Society holds, and it really is extraordinary. I'm a historian of 18th century Britain, and as Martin said, I've done some work on the Society of Antiquaries. And when I started doing research on antiquarianism and antiquaries in the 1990s, people looked at me as if I was really eccentric. And antiquarians, and it was this weird world of weirdos, really. And there was this impression that the Society of Antiquaries was just full of men in tweed jackets, and I say men advisedly, most of them clergymen. And in fact, there still were quite a lot. I remember the first lecture I ever went to, and there was tea beforehand. And what had been an empty space had suddenly become jam-packed with elderly vicars shoving cake into their face. And I don't know where they all appeared from. I think they also came in from the country and descended on Burlington House for walnut cake. Anyway, but it was seen as a really niche interest. And I remember my friends thought I was mad and that there would be no market for a book on antiquarianism. And I was surprised when my publisher was interested. And anyway, it was published. And what's got me interested in antiquarianism was that the people whose letters I was reading really cared about preserving the past. And they had this sense that the past was disappearing. At the 18th century, period of growth, expansion, etc., all sorts of novel, exciting things happening. The world was opening up to trade, the explosion of print, explosion of new political ideas. And everybody, particularly in the 80s, 90s, when I was a fellow student, the 18th century is all about the Enlightenment and modernity and everything being new. And I was finding this 18th century where people were interested in preserving the past and were absolutely fixated with antiquities, and not the antiquities from Italy and places like that, which were just a distraction, but about their native British antiquities. And so I got interested in them, and I've carried on being interested in them. And the more I've looked at it, the more extraordinary the Society of Antiquaries is. It's really an accident. I mean, it was never, as we've heard, it started off as a group of like-minded men who met in various pubs, some of them more keen than others. They were careful to keep numbers limited initially because there were far too many people who just wanted to get pissed and weren't really contributing anything, and they didn't want to encourage that. And then, oh, do we really want to become formalized? No, we like it informal. We don't want to have rules and regulations. So there's a huge debate about whether to have a charter. A lot of them thought this was a very retrograde step. But as Dunia explained with the Coleraine bequest, they had to become an incorporated body in order to own things. Oh, right, so we're incorporated, so we can start owning things. And as we heard this morning, there wasn't a policy of collecting. The British Museum doesn't open until 1753, but it's not interested in British antiquities. National Gallery, not until the 19th century. So where do things get deposited? At the Society of Antiquaries. And who is going to protest if things are being destroyed or pulled down? Or who's going to try and stop them or just preserve a record of? Well, there's no national heritage organization. The state isn't interested. The state doesn't become interested until way up until the end of the 19th century. It was the Society of Antiquaries that was doing it, and more by mistake in many ways than by design. And its fellows were unwittingly pioneering such eclectic methods of researching the past. And if you're interested in understanding how we have studied the past since the 18th century, you need to look at the Society of Antiquaries, not the historical profession, which is only, particularly in the 19th century, had a very narrow view of what constituted history. If you want to think about how historians have used material culture, how historians have investigated questions of economic history, social history, cultural history, how archaeologists have developed their methodology, how art historians, architectural historians develop their methodology. You don't look to the Royal Historical Society, you don't look to REBIT, you look to the Society of Antiquaries, because it's there that people first started looking at wills to try and establish the nature of social relations in early modern communities. They were the first people who looked at probate inventories in order to understand how a medieval household worked, what the standard of living might have been, how much were people being paid. There's a lovely cartoon or caricature of the Society of Antiquaries looking into Boadicea's night urn of the 18th century, which, isn't it funny? It's so ridiculous. They're looking at Boadicea's night urn. Actually, this is a very important question. What was personal hygiene like amongst the ancient Britons? Were the Romans actually civilizing them in the way that they're being told? Cleanliness in the early 19th century was regarded very, very highly. And if you could show that the ancient Britons had well-established culture of personal hygiene and cleanliness, well, then the Romans weren't responsible for introducing civilization. So these questions are actually really important. And these questions are being asked by the antiquaries. They're not being asked by the historical profession. And it's the antiquaries who are collecting all the ephemera. They're called critics in rust. They're ridiculed for all the kind of worm-eating crap that they're interested in. But this is what, as we heard this morning, is so important about the Society's collections. We've got the kind of rust and detritus, as well as the really important stuff. And it's now people are understanding its true value. And this tradition of eclecticism isn't just in what they collected, but it's in their methodology. And as we heard in the early days, there's a very significant overlap with the Royal Society. And they're very open to discussing scientific methods. Humphrey Davy is called in to analyze pigments by the antiquaries interested in the wall paintings at Pompeii. So this methodological eclecticism, whether it's archaeology, whether it's landscape history, whether it's architectural history, whether it's visual culture, whether it's textual analysis, antiquaries have been doing this since the early 18th century. There's a bit of a dark period, as I'd see it, in the 20th century when it got dominated by these pesky archaeologists, the men in the tweed jackets, but we're brushing them out now. And what today has really shown is how where society's collections lend themselves to such extraordinary range of approaches. And in fact, the extraordinary range of research that is going on with the society's collection, and particularly, as we've seen, because it has preserved so much, by some of it by deliberately, but a lot of it by chance. And this message of interdisciplinarity, which was so much present there in the 18th century, is really being recovered, not least because the government expects all funding applications to be multidisciplinary, but that's another question. So I've whittled on. I mean, I've just loved today because it's just proven how the 18th century is the forerunner to everything important. Clearly, everybody should know that. But I'm sure there are lots of questions that people want to ask about the papers we've heard this afternoon or relating to what we heard about collections this morning. And of course, there's the urn, there's the Robin Crowns, there's the drawings in St. Stephen's Chapel, so people want to get up and look at those as well. But if we've got any questions, whether it's online or people in the room, let's hear them.
May I kick off with a question about the urn? It was a wonderful presentation, of course, to see how you can analyze the contents of a pot like that with scanning methods, but it begs the question for a very amateuristic archaeologist: why is it not possible to carefully, with a pair of pliers, to extract the contents and find out what's in there? Why is that never contemplated to do, or was it impossible?
Well, I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask that question, really. I think it was a matter of reverence for the buried remains of one of our ancestors. And I think it may open up into quite a wide question about excavating graves and interfering with the belief systems that put people in there in the first place. So I don't have a scientific answer to that. And I think that's probably a matter for the society to decide how it wants to look after its artifacts. But I think the point was that we could answer the question without tipping the contents out. Of course, we could have tipped the contents out, but I think there's a real disadvantage to that morally and perhaps ethically.
Shall I, as president, as an archaeologist, also just add that the advantage of this is that if you were going to excavate that, and in many circumstances you might well do, having a good idea of what is in there before you sort of dig in with a trowel can be invaluable. Not least, and I've seen this in other contexts, where you can establish how things are lying, what the relationship is between them, in order to excavate them properly. This has been particularly important where you've got not one bracelet in there, but a whole series of interconnected artifacts. So conservators use this as a way of really guiding how best to deal with the artifact, as well as we said, in this case, it's been in there in our collections for 150 years. Would we really want to tip it out on the table?
Excavation would be destructive. You would not be able to repeat it when in future your techniques had been much improved.
A question at the back, Annabelle. No?
It's been a great day, really, really interesting. Thank you very much. Interesting week in the news, and with yesterday's issue around the Parthenon marbles and the conversation with the Greeks. What skeletons or friezes have you got in your collections? Is the same going to happen with the society?
I think in one sense, society is in a better position than the British Museum because most of its collection, and where's Kate? Is she here? But she will correct me. Most of its collection are British antiquities, precisely because the British Museum didn't want them. So it was very snooty and wouldn't take anything that wasn't classical and didn't meet a standard of taste, which was dictated by understanding of Greek and Roman art. So I don't think there's, obviously subsequently there have been items from excavations further afield that have entered the collection, but it's not an imperial project in the way that the British Museum was, which is fortunate. And during lockdown, we did look into investments, didn't we? And although some of the fellows clearly did have connections with things like the SAL Company and the East India Company, and Richard Goff, who was one of the most influential antiquaries of the late 18th century, his wealth came from the East India Company. But we couldn't find any evidence that the society had actually materially benefited beyond the fact that obviously people like Goff did give things to the society, but that's a fairly second-hand relationship, and the legacy of the slave trade database, that hasn't thrown anything up either. So, but Kate, you can probably tell us more about any skeletons in the collection, if we have any.
That we were collecting the antiquity, domestic antiquities. So we don't have the same issues as perhaps kind of a museum collecting the world would have. Plus as well, obviously our documentation is sort of dispersed, but we have really good records of kind of excavations that took place, the permissions for those excavations, what happened at the excavations, who was involved. So that's kind of the work we're doing now to draw that all together, but it means we have we can sort of legitimize the activities of the society and the collections we own.
I'm not sure whether you actually said this earlier today, but I was just curious as to if somebody were to offer you a collection, a British collection, I guess, what criteria is it now for you to take on a new collection, and do you have space for it and such like? Just a question around that.
Very good question. I think, again, I'll have to hand over to Kate as the one best place.
So we have a collections development policy in place, which is sort of made in discussion with staff, but also with Arts Council England and other institutions, which helps us decide what we'll take in. We don't really purchase anymore. That's not something we do because our focus is on protecting and caring for the collections that are already in our care. Plus also space issues. But sometimes we get offered donations, and basically they have to be related to objects that are already in the society or fellows associated with the society, whether current or historic, and kind of the core collections that we have. And that's how we decide. Also, of course, we've got to think about how we'll care for those objects when they come in. So those needing a great deal of care because we don't have conservation studios and resources on site. That's a consideration we have to kind of look at as well to make sure that we can best care for the objects that come to us.
I just add that we have been doing a limited amount of purchasing, particularly things associated with Kelmscott. So we've acquired another picture, I think, recently, haven't we? And that's when we're doing that, that's been funded by primarily donors who wish to ensure that things associated with Kelmscott return there.
Just to add, I refer to the back issues of Country Life, and not so long ago, I used to be able to turn up here, go into the basement where all back issues were kept, and there was the complete run, more or less. Now, well, running out of storage here, do you really want to keep those on site? The answer is no, because there's an alternative way of being able to access them, as I've only just found out today, which is now the that copies to the late 19th century have all been digitized, not by the society, but the society have secured access to the website where you can see them page by page across the years. So it's a whole dynamic of what's held here, where things are accessed.
We've heard today about the physical resources available to the society, you know, the library, the archives, the museum collection. But what strikes me as an even more valuable resource is the knowledge in fellows and affiliates' heads that's been gained over many years of study. Do you actually keep lists of areas of interest and who one can approach if one has a particular area one wants to explore, even if just to get you started, so you're not spending lots of time doing research on things that somebody may already have a lot of knowledge about?
Well, we do have a fellows directory, but you have to be a fellow to have full access to it. So it's slightly circular. But yes, you have a fellows directory and then you can search. And that rather depends on fellows inputting the data themselves. And some fellows are very good about outlining what their research interests are, etc. And other fellows are sort of monosyllabic at best. So it's only as good as the data that fellows are prepared to upload to it. But yes, that's the point of a fellows directory, that it can enable you to find expertise in particular areas, should you wish to. But obviously that's not available publicly because of data protection. But the best way to meet other fellows is to come to meetings.
It's always, sorry, if you're interested in something and you want to try and find someone, it's always worth asking. Our library and collections team know the fellowship very well. The officers are supposed to know the fellows very well. And so don't be afraid to ask. If you, particularly if you've got what you think is a sort of rather eclectic interest, that the chances are there is someone amongst the fellowship. If we don't know, we can always sort of ask via salon and asking around our colleagues. We're always keen to help.
Hello there. I think this is a really kind of a contextual question in terms of what has been collected in the past and what's been researched by the Society in the past. A number of terms keep coming up today. Mentioned British history, and you've mentioned sort of it's not like the British Museum, there was no imperial project, but I can't really help coming back to the fact that it was set up in 1707 when there was kind of other stuff going on in the Union of the Parliaments. So I was just wondering, is there any connection between the British project and the foundation of the society?
Absolutely. Read my book.
I will, I promise.
No, it was, yes, and it was very much, I mean, part of the interest in Roman Britain was prompted by, if you like, the Act of Union. It was actually restoring the Britannia that had been Roman Britain. So there was that, and there was a big stimulus to Romano-British antiquarianism in the north of England, lowlands of Scotland at the early 18th century, which I think absolutely has a lot to do with the Act of Union. One of the chief proponents, Sir John Clarke of Pennycook, was one of the architects of the Union. So I think there is a clear political connection there, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for a wonderful day. I joined about a year ago, and at the time there was a great risk to the future of this building, I believe. Maybe I've missed an announcement, but do you have an update on that for us today?
And over to
We're still in negotiation. We've been in negotiation for some time. I think there are grounds for some optimism that we might resolve it, but I wouldn't, as I was saying to colleagues earlier, it's a bit of a roller coaster. There's been quite a lot going on over the last 10 days. As soon as we have information, we will share it with fellows and affiliates. But we may need more political pressure at some time in the near future.
Yeah, I don't want to carry on this touchy subject too much, but I am a longtime fellow of the Linnean Society next door. And my question to you, Mr. President, is with these negotiations, are the learned societies on one hymn sheet, so to speak? Are you working together so that no government can say, oh, we've come to an agreement with the antiquaries, but we now need to convince the geologists?
No, it's at the moment we have a collective. I met with other chief executives, presidents and treasurers on a regular basis. Indeed, there is another meeting later this afternoon between parties. So we're trying to. There are 5 societies around the courtyard. We have different resources, different interests, so we're working very hard to negotiate as well.
Well, it is getting towards, we're 5 minutes to the end. So if we haven't got any more questions immediately, would encourage you to come and have a look at the urn close up and some of the other things we got on display, and take the opportunity to talk to other colleagues here, other people, other affiliates and other fellows. And but most importantly, can I ask you all to fill in the questionnaire at the back of the programme? I can't even remember what the questions being asked are, but I'm sure they're not too taxing, and would be very grateful if you could. It's very useful information for us if you could spare the time to complete that. So thank you very much for coming. I think it's been a fantastic day. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have too, and that you will be coming back.